Welcome to Black Magic. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry found a time turner at age 6 and went back to train with the 4 founders of Hogwarts themselves? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Hourglass and the Founders. Harry Potter hated chores. Not normal kid chores like picking up toys or setting the table. No, 6-year-old Harry hated the endless, impossible list of adult chores his aunt and uncle forced on him daily. Today was worse than usual. Boy! Get up to the attic and clean it top to bottom. Uncle Vernon's voice boomed through the cupboard door. Petunia wants it spotless for storing Dudley's old things. Harry rubbed sleep from his eyes, his tiny frame aching from yesterday's yard work. Yes, Uncle Vernon. The attic ladder creaked under Harry's weight as he climbed with cleaning supplies clutched in his small hands. Dust motes swirled in the thin beams of light that squeezed through the single grimy window. The space was packed with forgotten junk, broken toys Dudley had demolished, old furniture, and boxes of who knows what that hadn't been touched in years. Start with that corner and don't come down until it's done. Vernon called up before slamming the trapdoor shut. Harry sighed, pushing his taped-together glasses up his nose. He began sorting through the first pile, sneezing as dust clouds erupted with each movement. 3 hours later, sweaty and filthy, Harry pushed aside a heavy trunk to reveal a small wooden box that had been hidden behind it. Something about the ornate carvings on its surface made his fingers tingle. "What's this?" he whispered, glancing at the trapdoor to make sure he was alone. The box wasn't locked, and the lid opened with a soft creak. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a strange golden hourglass pendant on a long chain. It wasn't like any hourglass Harry had seen before. The glass bulbs were tiny, and the gold frame featured intricate rings that could spin around the central piece. "Weird," Harry murmured, lifting the pendant carefully. It felt warm in his hand, almost alive. Something about it seemed magical, not that Harry was allowed to use that word in the Dursley house. But in the privacy of his own thoughts, he knew there was something special about it. Just as Harry was examining the tiny symbols etched into the gold, he heard the thundering footsteps of his uncle climbing the ladder. "Boy! What's taking so long up there?" Vernon's red face appeared in the opening, eyes narrowing when he spotted Harry holding the pendant. "What do you think you're doing? Stealing now, are we?" "No. I just found it while cleaning." Vernon heaved his bulk into the attic, moving with surprising speed for a man his size. "Hand it over, you little thief." Harry clutched the pendant tighter. "I wasn't stealing. I was just looking." Vernon's face purpled dangerously. "Don't lie to me." His meaty hand swung out, catching Harry across the face and sending him sprawling into a stack of boxes. Pain exploded in Harry's cheek. His glasses flew off, and he scrambled to find them, panic rising in his chest. Vernon advanced, belt already being pulled from its loops. "I'll teach you to respect other people's property," he snarled. Harry's fingers closed around his glasses just as Vernon reached for him. In his other hand, he still clutched the hourglass pendant, which had begun to glow with a soft blue light. "Please, Uncle Vernon, I'm sorry." Vernon grabbed Harry's arm, yanking him upright. The sudden movement caused Harry to accidentally spin the rings around the hourglass. The blue glow intensified, enveloping Harry in its light. Vernon's face transformed from rage to confusion. "What the?" Everything blurred. Harry felt a violent tug behind his navel, like being pulled by an invisible hook. Colors swirled, sounds distorted, and the attic, Vernon, and everything familiar vanished in a disorienting rush of motion. When the spinning stopped, Harry found himself sprawled on wet grass, the hourglass pendant still clutched in his trembling hand. The attic was gone. Vernon was gone. The Dursley house had vanished entirely. Instead, Harry was on a hillside overlooking a massive lake. In the distance stood the skeletal frame of what looked like a castle under construction. Workers moved about the structure, and from his vantage point, Harry could see sparks of light that didn't look like normal construction tools. What? Harry scrambled to his feet, heart pounding. The pendant had stopped glowing but still felt warm in his palm. The sound of galloping hooves made him whirl around. A massive chestnut stallion thundered toward him, ridden by a tall, broad-shouldered man with a flaming red beard and hair. The man wore what looked like medieval clothes, a tunic, breeches, and a sword strapped to his hip. Harry stumbled backward, falling onto his bottom as the horse skidded to a halt mere feet away. "Ho there, young one," the rider called out in a booming voice, swinging down from his mount with surprising grace. "From where did you appear? I was watching this hillside not a moment ago, and you simply manifested." Harry stared up at the enormous man, whose presence somehow reminded him of a lion. I don't know. There was this thing, and my uncle, and then." He held up the hourglass pendant with shaking fingers. The man's eyes widened. He dropped to one knee, bringing himself closer to Harry's level. "By the stars," he whispered, reaching for the pendant but not touching it. "A time-turner. And one of remarkable power, by the looks of it." His gaze shifted to Harry's face, focusing on the lightning-shaped scar partially hidden by his messy black hair. "And who might you be, young mage?" "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." He swallowed hard. "Where am I? And, who are you?" The man smiled broadly, his eyes twinkling. "You are on the grounds of what will become Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, young Harry. And I," he placed a hand over his heart with a slight bow, "am Godric Gryffindor." Harry's jaw dropped. Even at 6, he knew that name from the whispers he'd sometimes caught from his aunt and uncle when they discussed his parents, wizards and witches they clearly despised. Before Harry could respond, a deafening roar echoed from the nearby forest. Godric sprang to his feet, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. "Stay behind me, lad. Seems the forest's newest resident is hungry again." The trees at the edge of the forest shook violently, and a moment later, an enormous creature burst into view. It looked like a lion, but with a scorpion's tail and a human-like face contorted in rage. "Manticore," Godric muttered. "Third one this month." Harry shrunk back as the beast charged directly toward them. Godric pushed Harry behind him and raised his other hand. A wand appeared in it as if from nowhere. "Protego Maxima." Godric bellowed. A shimmering shield erupted between them and the charging monster. The manticore slammed into it with bone-jarring force but couldn't break through. Godric held the shield with his wand while readying his sword. "When I drop the shield, run for the horse," Godric instructed calmly, as though discussing the weather. "He'll take you to safety." "But what about you?" Harry asked, terrified. Godric grinned over his shoulder. "I've handled worse before breakfast, young Potter." When the manticore reared back for another charge, Godric dropped the shield and stepped forward. With movements too fast for Harry to follow, Godric unleashed a barrage of spells that made the air crackle with energy. The manticore roared in pain and fury, its tail whipping forward to strike. Instead of running, Harry watched in fascination. Something was building inside him, a pressure behind his eyes and in his chest. As the manticore's stinger darted toward Godric's exposed back, Harry shouted, "Look out!" What happened next surprised everyone, especially Harry. A burst of pure magic erupted from him, hitting the manticore's tail and freezing it mid-strike. The beast howled in confusion, its tail temporarily paralyzed. Godric seized the opportunity, spinning beneath the stinger and delivering a powerful spell that sent the creature flying back toward the forest. He followed it with 3 more rapid spells, forcing it to retreat, nursing various magical wounds. Once the danger passed, Godric turned to Harry with newfound interest. "Impressive, especially for one so young," he said, kneeling beside Harry. "That was raw magic, untrained but powerful." "How old are you, Harry Potter?" "6, Harry whispered, still shaking from the encounter. Godric's eyebrows shot up. 6. And already capable of focused wandless magic. Remarkable. He studied Harry more carefully. You're injured. Harry touched his cheek where Vernon had struck him. My uncle, he stopped, unsure how to explain. Godric's expression darkened. A grown man struck you? Your guardian? When Harry nodded hesitantly, Godric's face hardened. Unacceptable. Where I come from, a child is to be protected, not harmed. He gently examined Harry's face. We'll have Helga look at this. She's a gifted healer. He helped Harry onto the horse, then mounted behind him. Hold tight, young Potter. We have much to discuss, and there are others who will be very interested in meeting you. The horse galloped across the countryside toward the half-built castle. As they rode, Harry clutched the time-turner pendant, wondering what he had gotten himself into. The castle was even more impressive up close, though nothing like the finished structure Harry had glimpsed in pictures his aunt had hurriedly hidden away. Scaffolding surrounded partially built towers, and while the foundation and main hall seemed complete, many wings were still skeletal outlines. People were everywhere, some dressed in simple medieval clothing, others in more elaborate robes. Many carried wands openly, using magic to lift stones into place or enchant beams to hold steady. No one bothered to hide their abilities here. Godric guided his horse to a large tent set up near the lake. Four banners fluttered outside, red, blue, yellow, and green, each emblazoned with animals Harry somehow recognized instantly. The Founders' Council chamber, Godric explained, helping Harry down. Temporary until the Great Hall is completed. Inside, 3 people were engaged in what appeared to be a heated discussion around a massive round table covered in parchments. They fell silent as Godric entered with Harry. Godric, you were meant to patrol the western border, not bring back strays, said a tall, thin man with sharp features and calculating eyes. His dark green robes were immaculate, and his long fingers rested on a silver walking stick topped with a serpent's head. This is no ordinary stray, Salazar, Godric replied, guiding Harry forward. This young boy appeared out of thin air on the North Hill. With this, Godric held up the time-turner pendant, and all 3 founders gasped. A beautiful woman with long dark hair and an eagle's diadem stepped forward first. A time-turner? But this design. I've never seen its like. Nor I, Rowena, said the plump, kind-faced woman in yellow robes. The enchantments must be extraordinarily complex. She knelt before Harry with a warm smile. Hello, little one. I'm Helga Hufflepuff. What's your name? Harry Potter, he replied quietly, overwhelmed by being in the presence of the 4 greatest wizards of their age. And how came you by this device, Harry Potter? Asked Salazar Slytherin, studying him with intense curiosity. I found it in my aunt and uncle's attic. They're muggles, Harry added, then froze, realizing he probably shouldn't know that term yet. The founders exchanged glances. Muggles? Rowena repeated. That's a term we've only recently begun using amongst ourselves. Helga was examining Harry's face. This bruise is fresh. Who struck you, child? My uncle, Harry admitted. He thought I was stealing when I found the pendant. Helga's gentle fingers traced his cheek, and a warm sensation spread across the bruise. The pain vanished instantly. There now, she said softly. Better? Harry nodded, astonished. Thank you. Salazar circled Harry slowly. The boy possesses magic. Strong magic. I can sense it. Indeed, Godric agreed. He stunned a manticore's tail when it nearly caught me unawares. Wandless magic, at only 6 years old. Rowena Ravenclaw studied the pendant more closely. This is troubling. Time magic is exceedingly dangerous. If he's truly from another time. She looked at Harry. What year did you come from, child? Harry hesitated, unsure how much he should reveal. 1986. The founders looked at each other in shock. Nearly 1,000 years hence, Rowena whispered. This is unprecedented. We must return him immediately, Salazar declared. Time is not to be meddled with. And yet, Rowena countered, if the magic brought him here, there may be purpose to it. The universe rarely allows such significant temporal displacements without cause. Helga was still focused on Harry. The boy is exhausted, frightened, and underfed. Whatever we decide, he needs rest and nourishment first. Godric nodded in agreement. Helga's right. Let's settle the lad first, then determine our course. Harry's stomach growled loudly, and Helga smiled. Come, child. Let's find you something to eat while these three debate. She led Harry to a smaller adjacent tent where a table laden with food waited. Harry had never seen such a feast, roasted meats, fresh bread, fruits, and pastries that made his mouth water instantly. Eat as much as you like, Harry, Helga encouraged, filling a plate for him. You're far too thin for a growing boy. While Harry ate, he could hear the founders' muffled voices from the next tent. Their discussion seemed intense, with occasional raised voices, mostly Godric's and Salazar's. After Harry had eaten more than he'd ever been allowed at the Dursleys, Helga sat beside him. Harry, I need to ask you some questions about where, and when, you come from. Is that all right? Harry nodded, wiping crumbs from his mouth. In your time, do people know of Hogwarts? Of us? Yes, Harry said carefully. Hogwarts is a famous school for witches and wizards. Everyone in the magical world knows about the four founders. Helga's eyes widened. So our little school survives 1,000 years. That's remarkable. It's supposed to be the best magical school in the world, Harry added, remembering snippets of conversations he'd overheard when his aunt whispered angrily about his parents. Helga beamed with pride. And do you know much about magic, Harry? Have you been trained at all? Harry shook his head. My aunt and uncle hate magic. They never told me anything. I'm not even supposed to know it exists. But you do know. I hear things sometimes. And... Harry hesitated before continuing. Strange things happen around me when I'm scared or angry. Like today with the monster. Helga nodded thoughtfully. Accidental magic is common in magical children. But from what Godric described, yours is unusually potent. The tent flap opened, and the other three founders entered. Their faces were solemn but resolved. We've reached a decision, Godric announced, sitting across from Harry. The time turner you possess is unlike any we've encountered. Rowena believes it operates on principles of magic we've not yet fully understood. Rowena nodded. Attempting to use it again without proper knowledge could be catastrophic, for you and potentially for the timeline itself. What does that mean? Harry asked nervously. It means, young Potter, Salazar said, that you're stuck here for the time being. Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions, fear at being trapped in the past, but also relief at being away from the Dursleys. We need time to study the device and determine how to safely return you to your proper time, Rowena explained. This may take some while. In the meantime, Godric added with a growing smile, we find ourselves with a unique opportunity. Helga took Harry's small hand in hers. We've agreed that while you're here, we will teach you, Harry. Each of us will train you in our particular magical strengths. Harry's eyes widened. You'll teach me magic? Real magic? Indeed, Salazar confirmed, his calculating gaze fixed on Harry. A child with your raw potential should not go untrained, regardless of temporal circumstances. But there's something else we must ask, Rowena added more seriously. What do you know of the future? Of what becomes of us, of Hogwarts? Harry frowned. Not much. I just know that Hogwarts becomes a famous school, and you four are remembered as the greatest wizards and witches of your time. The founders exchanged relieved glances. That's good, Godric said. The less you know of specific future events, the less risk of temporal contamination. What Godric means, Helga explained gently, is that changing the past can have unpredictable consequences for the future, your present. So I shouldn't tell you things that will happen? Harry asked. Precisely, Rowena confirmed. If you do know important events, you must keep them to yourself, difficult though that may be. Time is a delicate tapestry, pulling one thread can unravel the whole. Harry nodded solemnly, though in truth, he knew very little about wizarding history. The Dursleys had made sure of that. Then it's settled, Godric declared, clapping his hands together. Young Harry will remain under our collective guardianship and tutelage until we can safely return him to his time. Where will I stay? Harry asked, the practical question suddenly occurring to him. The founders looked at each other. The Eastern Tower is nearly complete, Rowena offered. It contains my personal quarters and several additional rooms intended for advanced students. The dungeons are fully functional, Salazar countered. And closer to my workrooms, where I'll be examining the time turner. Nonsense, Helga interrupted. The child needs sunlight and fresh air, not a dungeon. My cottages by the herb gardens are cozy and warm. My quarters in the West Wing have the best defenses, Godric argued. The boys' safety must be our primary concern. Harry watched them debate, a strange warmth spreading through his chest. No one had ever argued about what was best for him before. Perhaps, Rowena suggested diplomatically, the boys should rotate among our quarters. 1 week with each of us, cycling through. That way, he benefits from all our perspectives and training approaches. The others considered this a reasonable compromise, Salazar conceded. Agreed, said Godric. We begin tomorrow. For tonight, he can stay with Helga, who's already begun seeing to his welfare. Helga smiled warmly at Harry. Is that arrangement acceptable to you, Harry? For the first time in his life, Harry felt like his opinion mattered. Yes, he said, fighting back unexpected tears. That sounds brilliant. Helga noticed his glistening eyes and pulled him into a gentle hug. There now, child. You're safe here. We'll take care of you. As the sun set over the half-built castle, Harry found himself led to Helga's cozy cottage near the vegetable gardens. The small building was warm and inviting, filled with dried herbs hanging from rafters and bubbling cauldrons of various potions. This will be your room whenever you stay with me, Helga said, showing him to a small but comfortable chamber. The bed was piled high with soft blankets and pillows, more comfortable than anything Harry had ever been allowed. It's wonderful, Harry whispered, running his hand over the quilts. Rest now, Helga said kindly. Tomorrow your training begins in earnest. As she turned to leave, Harry called out, Madam Hufflepuff. She turned back with a smile. Just Helga, dear. Helga, thank you. All of you. For helping me. Her eyes softened. Every child deserves kindness and guidance, Harry. No matter when or where they come from. That night, for the first time in his memory, Harry fell asleep feeling safe, wanted, and with a fluttering excitement for what tomorrow might bring. Harry woke to birdsong and the smell of freshly baked bread. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was still in his cupboard under the stairs, and the scent was from Aunt Petunia's kitchen where he'd soon be forced to cook breakfast while getting none himself. Then the previous day's events rushed back, and he sat up with a gasp. The comfortable bed, the stone-walled room with its wooden beams, the medieval furniture, it was all real. He really had traveled back in time to the age of the Hogwarts founders. A soft knock came at his door. Harry. Are you awake, dear? Helga Hufflepuff's voice called. Yes, ma'am, Helga, Harry answered, still getting used to addressing such legendary figures by their first names. Helga entered carrying a tray laden with bread, honey, fruit, and a steaming mug of something that smelled like hot chocolate but with unfamiliar spices. I've brought breakfast, she said cheerfully. You'll need your strength today. The others are eager to begin your assessment. Assessment? Harry asked, accepting the tray with wide eyes. He'd never been served breakfast in bed before. Just to determine your current magical abilities and aptitudes, Helga explained, sitting on the edge of his bed. Each of us will work with you today to see where your natural talents lie. As Harry ate, Helga chatted about the herb garden she was cultivating and her plans for the Hogwarts kitchens. We'll have house elves, of course, but I believe all students should learn basic food preparation. Magic can fail, after all, and everyone should know how to feed themselves properly. After breakfast, Helga provided Harry with new clothes, simple but well-made garments typical of the era. They were the first clothes he'd ever worn that actually fit him, rather than Dudley's enormous hand-me-downs. "These are mine?" Harry asked incredulously, running his fingers over the soft fabric. Helga frowned slightly. "Of course they're yours. Why wouldn't they be?" Harry shrugged, not wanting to explain about Dudley's old clothes. "They're just really nice, that's all." Helga studied him for a moment but didn't press the issue. "Come along then. The others are waiting in the training grounds." The training grounds turned out to be a flat area near the lake, partially surrounded by standing stones. The other 3 founders were already there, each dressed in their signature colors. Salazar was examining what looked like a sundial with unusual markings, while Rowena consulted an astronomical chart. Godric was practicing sword forms, the blade whistling through the morning air. They all stopped when Harry and Helga approached. "Ah, our young time traveler arrives," Godric said with a broad smile, sheathing his sword. "Did you rest well, Harry?" "Yes, sir, Godric," Harry replied. "Better than ever before." "Excellent. A fresh mind is essential for what comes next." Rowena stepped forward, her intelligent eyes studying Harry intently. "Before we begin formal training, we need to understand your magical core. Each witch or wizard has different strengths and affinities." Salazar circled Harry slowly. "The boy has unusual power for his age. I sensed it yesterday. But raw power without direction is merely chaos. Which is why we're here," Helga reminded him gently. "To provide that direction." Godric clapped his hands together. "Let's begin with something simple. Harry, stand in the center of those 4 stones." Harry did as instructed, moving to the middle of a square formed by 4 waist-high standing stones. Each stone bore carvings of the founder's house animals, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent. "Now," Rowena explained, "we're going to perform a simple revealing charm. It won't hurt, but you may feel a tingling sensation. This will help us see your magical aura and core tendencies." The 4 founders took positions around the square, each standing behind one of the stones. They raised their wands simultaneously. "Magici Revelio," they intoned together. A gentle wave of warmth washed over Harry, and he gasped as colorful light began to swirl around him. Predominantly emerald green and ruby red, but with distinct threads of sapphire blue and amber yellow woven throughout. The founders exchanged surprised glances. "Fascinating," Rowena murmured. "I've never seen such a balanced aura in one so young." "The red and green dominate," Godric observed, suggesting courage and cunning in equal measure. "Yet the blue of wisdom and yellow of loyalty are clearly present," Helga added. "Not merely traces, but significant strands." Salazar's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The boy has qualities of all 4 houses. Unusual, and potentially powerful." Harry stood nervously in the swirling colors. "Is that good?" "It's neither good nor bad," Rowena explained, "merely interesting. Most wizards and witches show a strong affinity for one type of magic, with lesser connections to others. You seem to have strong ties to all. This will make our task both easier and more complex," Godric said. "Easier because you'll likely take well to all our teachings, but more complex because we must ensure balanced development." The colors faded gradually, and Helga gestured for Harry to step out of the stone square. "We'll each work with you individually today," she explained. "Starting with Godric, then Rowena, myself, and finally Salazar. This will give us a more complete picture of your abilities." Godric stepped forward eagerly. "Come, young Harry. Let's see how you fare with the practical magics of defense and courage." The other founders moved to the perimeter of the training ground, leaving Harry alone with Godric near the lake shore. "Magic begins not with wands or words, but with intent and will," Godric explained, his deep voice serious despite his friendly demeanor. "Your wandless defense against the Manticore yesterday showed natural talent in this area." Harry nodded, hanging on every word. "We'll start with something simple. See that leaf on the ground?" Godric pointed to a large oak leaf nearby. "I want you to focus on it and try to make it move. Don't think about how, just will it to move." Harry stared at the leaf, concentrating hard. Nothing happened. "You're trying too hard," Godric advised. "Magic isn't about strain, it's about clarity. Clear your mind of everything except the leaf and what you want it to do." Harry took a deep breath and focused again, imagining the leaf skittering across the ground. For several moments, nothing happened. Then, just as he was about to give up, the leaf twitched. It rose an inch off the ground and floated briefly before falling back. "Excellent!" Godric exclaimed. "On your first try, no less. Most children take weeks to achieve even that much control." Harry beamed with pride. "Now, let's try something more challenging." Godric drew his wand and conjured a small, harmless ball of light. "This is a practice target. I want you to try to push it away from you, not with your hands, but with your magic." Harry faced the floating orb, which hovered at eye level. He concentrated, imagining pushing it away. The orb wobbled slightly but remained in place. "Remember how you felt when you stopped the Manticore," Godric suggested. "What emotions drove your magic then?" Harry thought back to the previous day, the fear, yes, but more importantly, the desperate need to help, to protect Godric from danger. He channeled that feeling and thrust his hand forward. The light orb shot across the training ground like it had been fired from a cannon, surprising even Godric. "By Merlin's beard!" Godric laughed. "That was impressive, Harry." They spent the next hour working on basic magical movements, pushing, pulling, lifting small objects with willpower alone. Harry's progress was remarkable, managing feats that Godric claimed took most magical children years to master. "You have a natural gift for channeling power," Godric concluded as their session ended. "With proper training, your wandless capabilities could become extraordinary." Next came Rowena, whose approach was entirely different. Where Godric emphasized action and instinct, Rowena focused on theory and precision. "Magic is not merely about power, but understanding," she explained, sitting cross-legged with Harry on a blue blanket she'd conjured. "The greatest spells in history were created not by the strongest wizards, but by the most knowledgeable." She handed Harry a polished wooden wand. "This is a practice wand, not matched to your magical signature, but sufficient for basic exercises." The wand felt warm in Harry's hand, like a friendly handshake. "First, we must understand magical energy flows," Rowena continued. She drew complex patterns in the air with her finger, leaving glowing blue lines that hovered before them. "See how the energy moves. All spells follow similar patterns, some simple, others incredibly complex." Harry stared in fascination at the glowing diagrams. "Try to trace this pattern with the practice wand," Rowena instructed, creating a simple spiral in the air. Harry attempted to copy it, but his lines were wobbly and uneven. "Precision, Harry," Rowena reminded him gently. "The difference between lighting a candle and causing an explosion can be a mere flick of the wrist." They practiced various wand movements, from simple swishes to complex figures of 8. Harry's coordination improved rapidly under Rowena's patient guidance. "You have good spatial intelligence," she observed. "And you learn patterns quickly." These are valuable traits for advanced spellwork. Unlike Godric's session, which had been physically demanding, Rowena's left Harry mentally exhausted but buzzing with new knowledge. Helga's approach was different still. She took Harry to her gardens, surrounded by plants both mundane and magical. Magic isn't just about spells and power, she said, kneeling in the soft earth and encouraging Harry to do the same. It's about connection, to the world around us, to other living things, and to ourselves. She placed a small seed in Harry's palm. This is a whistling snapdragon. In your time, they may be extinct or changed beyond recognition. Close your eyes and try to feel the life within it. Harry closed his eyes, feeling slightly foolish. But as he concentrated, he began to sense something, a tiny pulse, like a miniature heartbeat, coming from the seed. I can feel it, he whispered in amazement. Helga smiled warmly. That's its magical essence. All living things have it, though magical plants and creatures have more concentrated forms. She took his hands, still cradling the seed. Now, send a little of your own magic into it, just a gentle greeting. Harry focused, imagining a small tendril of his own magic extending into the seed. To his astonishment, the seed warmed in his palm and began to sprout, tiny green shoots emerging and growing rapidly until a small purple flower bloomed, emitting a soft, melodious whistle. It's singing! Harry exclaimed. It's thanking you, Helga corrected with a smile. You have a gift for life magic, Harry. That's quite rare, especially in one showing such talent for Godric and Rowena's disciplines as well. They spent their time nurturing various magical plants and even healing an injured robin that had fallen from its nest. Harry found this magic different from what he'd practiced with Godric and Rowena, less flashy perhaps, but deeply satisfying in its own way. As the sun began to descend toward the lake, it was Salazar's turn. The stern-faced founder led Harry to a secluded grotto near the lake's edge. The others teach control, knowledge, and connection, Salazar said, his voice smooth and measured. I teach power and ambition, how to reach beyond limitations and achieve what others consider impossible. Unlike the others, who had started with explanations, Salazar conjured a small grass snake and placed it before Harry. Speak to it, he commanded. Harry blinked in confusion. Speak to the snake. But it won't understand, try, Salazar insisted. Harry looked at the small green snake, which was watching him with curious eyes. Hello, he said, feeling silly. The snake continued watching him but didn't respond. Not like that, Salazar said impatiently. Look at the snake, truly look at it. See it not as different from you, but as a fellow creature with its own language. Harry focused on the snake, noting its emerald scales and flicking tongue. As he concentrated, something strange happened. The snake seemed to blur slightly, and when Harry spoke again, an unfamiliar hissing sound emerged from his mouth. Hello, can you understand me? The words came out as a series of soft hisses and sibilant sounds. The snake's head perked up immediately. A speaker, it replied in the same hissing language. So rare to find a human who speaks the noble tongue. Harry gasped and looked up at Salazar, who was watching with intense satisfaction. You're a Parselmouth, Salazar declared. As I suspected from your aura's strong green component. You can speak to serpents, a rare and powerful gift. Is it normal? Harry asked nervously, remembering how the Dursleys punished any abnormality. It is uncommon, Salazar corrected, but valuable. Serpents see and hear much that humans miss. They can be powerful allies. A small, genuine smile crossed his normally severe face. I too possess this gift. It is pleasing to find another. For the remainder of their session, Salazar taught Harry basic principles of parselmagic, spells that could be cast in the serpent tongue, often with greater power and subtlety than their conventional counterparts. You have aptitude for the hidden arts, Salazar observed as they finished. Your mind is naturally shielded, I can sense barriers around your thoughts that most adults struggle to construct. Is that good? Harry asked. It is valuable, Salazar replied carefully. Especially for one who carries knowledge of the future. Such mental fortitude will protect both you and the timeline. As twilight descended over the grounds, the four founders gathered with Harry by a small bonfire near Helga's cottage. Despite his exhaustion, Harry felt more alive than he ever had at the Dursleys. The boy has shown remarkable ability in all our disciplines, Godric reported, tossing another log onto the fire. His offensive and defensive magic manifests naturally when needed. His mind is quick and adaptable, Rowena added. He grasps magical theory intuitively, even concepts that normally require years of foundation. Helga nodded in agreement. His connection to living magic is stronger than any child I've taught. Plants and creatures respond to him instantly. And he possesses the serpent speech, Salazar concluded. Along with natural mental barriers that will serve him well. Harry sat quietly, overwhelmed by their praise. No one had ever said he was good at anything before. So what happens now? He asked timidly. The founders exchanged glances. Now, young Harry, Godric said with a grin, your real education begins. We've devised a rotation, Rowena explained. Each day, you'll spend time with each of us, learning our particular magical disciplines. In the mornings, you'll study with me, Helga continued. Healing, herbology, and the nurturing arts. Midday will be spent with Rowena, Godric added. For theory, astronomy, and magical languages. I shall have you in the afternoons, Godric declared. For practical defense, charms, and physical training. And your evenings, Salazar finished, will be dedicated to the more specialized arts under my tutelage. Harry looked around at these four legendary figures who had, in the span of a single day, shown him more care and attention than he'd received in 6 years with the Dursleys. Thank you, he said simply, unable to express the depth of his gratitude. Helga smiled warmly. It's our pleasure, dear one. Now, off to bed with you. Your training begins in earnest tomorrow. As Harry turned to go, Salazar spoke up. The time turner remains in my safe keeping. I will study it to determine how to return you safely to your time. Harry nodded, though a part of him wasn't sure he ever wanted to go back. The thought of returning to the Dursleys after experiencing this kindness and belonging was almost unbearable. That night, as he lay in his comfortable bed in Helga's cottage, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just 2 days. From an unwanted burden in a cupboard to the apprentice of the 4 greatest witches and wizards in history. Whatever happened next, he was determined to make the most of this extraordinary opportunity. The days that followed established a rhythm to Harry's new life in the Founders' era. Each morning, he woke before dawn to help Helga with her gardens and healing work. Under her patient guidance, he learned to identify magical herbs, brew simple healing potions, and channel his magic to mend minor injuries. Intent is everything in healing magic, Helga explained one morning as they treated a construction worker's burned hand. You must truly wish to ease suffering, not just perform the spell correctly. Harry found Helga's lessons came naturally to him. There was something deeply satisfying about using magic to nurture and heal rather than simply showing power. By mid-morning, he would transition to Rowena's tutelage. The brilliant witch had set up a teaching space in the partially completed astronomy tower, filled with books, charts, and magical instruments from across the known world. Knowledge is magic in its purest form, Rowena would say, her eyes bright with passion. Spells are merely the application of that knowledge. Despite being only 6, nearly 7 now, as weeks passed, Harry absorbed Rowena's teachings like a sponge. She taught him to read both English and Latin, delighted by how quickly he learned. Within a month, he was devouring simple magical texts that she had written specifically for him. Your mind is extraordinary, Rowena told him one day after he had correctly answered a complex question about lunar influences on transformative magic. In my experience, such intuitive understanding of magical theory is exceedingly rare. After lunch, which was always a lively affair with all 4 founders, Harry would join Godric for what the boisterous wizard called practical applications, what anyone else would simply call dueling practice. Magic in books is well and good, Godric would say, twirling his wand dramatically, but magic in action is what saves lives. These sessions were Harry's favorite. Godric taught him basic defensive spells, magical reflexes, and even simple physical combat. Though Harry was small, Godric insisted that a wizard should never rely solely on magic. "What happens if you lose your wand?" he'd challenge, demonstrating a simple evasive roll. "Your body must be as nimble as your mind." After several exhausting hours with Godric, Harry would spend his evenings with Salazar, whose teachings were perhaps the most unorthodox but fascinating. Unlike the other founders, who maintained dedicated teaching spaces, Salazar would take Harry to different locations each day: the edge of the forest, hidden caves by the lake, the depths of the unfinished dungeons. There, away from prying eyes, he taught Harry aspects of magic the others didn't emphasize. "They call it dark magic," Salazar told him during one such lesson, "but magic itself has no morality. It's the intent of the caster that matters." Under Salazar's guidance, Harry developed his Parseltongue abilities, learning spells that could only be cast in the serpent language. He also began rudimentary lessons in mind magic, protecting his thoughts and sensing the intentions of others. "Your mind is unusually guarded for one so young," Salazar observed during one lesson. "Almost as if something or someone has tried to breach it before." Harry didn't understand what that meant, but the comment made Salazar study him with increased interest afterward. As weeks turned to months, Harry's magical abilities grew at an astonishing rate. The founders frequently expressed amazement at his progress, though each took credit for the aspects where he excelled most under their tutelage. "The boy's defensive capabilities are clearly due to my superior teaching methods," Godric would boast over dinner. "Hardly," Rowena would counter with a rare smile. "His grasp of magical theory gives structure to his raw power. My contribution, obviously." "You're both mistaken," Helga would interject cheerfully. "His connection to magical energies through living things enhances all his other abilities." "My doing, without question." Salazar rarely joined these good-natured disputes, but his subtle nod of approval when Harry mastered a particularly difficult piece of magic meant as much as the others' effusive praise. Beyond magic, Harry was learning about the world of 1,000 years ago. He watched Hogwarts Castle take shape stone by stone, sometimes helping with simple tasks. The founders included him in their plans and discussions, valuing his unique perspective as someone who knew what Hogwarts would ultimately become. "What of this chamber, Harry?" Rowena asked one day, showing him architectural plans. "In your time, what purpose does it serve?" Harry studied the blueprint. "That's the Great Hall, where all the students eat together." The founders nodded approvingly. "And these 4 long tables?" Godric inquired, pointing to Rowena's sketches. "One for each house," Harry explained. "Students are sorted based on their qualities: bravery for Gryffindor, wisdom for Ravenclaw, loyalty for Hufflepuff, and ambition for Slytherin." The founders exchanged meaningful glances. "So our idea for the houses endures," Helga mused. "We've only just begun discussing such an arrangement." "It becomes the core of Hogwarts tradition," Harry confirmed, then hesitated, aware of stepping close to revealing future events. Salazar, always perceptive, noticed his discomfort. "You need not worry about sharing such general information, Harry. The broad strokes of our plans were already taking this shape. You're merely confirming we were on the right path." As Harry's magical education progressed, he also learned about the wider wizarding world of the 10th century. The magical community was less separate from Muggles than in his time, though increasing tensions were pushing them toward the secrecy that would eventually become the Statute of Secrecy. "Muggles fear what they don't understand," Salazar explained during one of their walks along the lake shore. "And fear breeds hatred. Is that why you don't think Muggle-born students should come to Hogwarts?" Harry asked cautiously, remembering fragments of history he'd overheard. Salazar gave him a sharp look. Has history painted me as some kind of muggle-hating monster? Harry hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Salazar sighed, seeming genuinely troubled by this revelation. My concerns are practical, not ideological. Muggle-born children bring risk. Their families might expose our world, whether through malice or simple carelessness. But they're magical too, Harry countered. Don't they deserve training? Of course they do, Salazar admitted. But perhaps in a different setting, with different precautions. Rowena and Helga disagree, they believe all magical children should be welcomed equally. Godric. He waved a dismissive hand. Godric thinks with his heart instead of his head, as usual. These glimpses into the founders' disagreements fascinated Harry. History had simplified them into symbols: Gryffindor the brave, Ravenclaw the wise, Hufflepuff the loyal, and Slytherin the cunning. The reality was far more complex and human. Beyond the founders, Harry was forming connections with others in the burgeoning Hogwarts community. Helena, Rowena's young daughter, became something of an older sister to him, though her intense competitiveness sometimes made their relationship challenging. Mother says you mastered the illumination charm in one day, Helena said accusingly during one of their joint lessons. It took me 3. You were younger than me when you learned it, Harry pointed out diplomatically. Helena sniffed but seemed mollified by this logic. Harry also befriended some of the magical creatures that inhabited the Hogwarts grounds. There was a young hippogriff that Godric was training, a colony of botruckles in Helga's gardens, and even a small runespore that Salazar kept as a familiar. Through these interactions, Harry developed an affinity for magical creatures that impressed even Helga. You have a gift for gaining their trust, she observed after watching Harry successfully approach a unicorn foal in the forest, a feat that should have been impossible for a male, even a young one. 3 months after his arrival, as summer turned to autumn, Harry experienced his first magical milestone, a controlled, intentional transfiguration without direct supervision. It happened during one of Rowena's lessons. She had been teaching him the theoretical basis for transmutation, changing one object into another, but hadn't yet allowed him to attempt the actual spell, considering it too advanced. While Rowena was momentarily distracted by a messenger, Harry focused on a quill on her desk. Remembering the principles she'd explained, he concentrated on the change he wanted to make and whispered the incantation they'd been discussing theoretically. The quill shuddered, then smoothly transformed into a small silver spoon. When Rowena turned back, she froze at the sight of the transfigured object. Harry, she asked carefully, did you do this? Harry nodded nervously. I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to try yet. No, Rowena interrupted, examining the spoon with growing excitement. This is remarkable. A perfect transmutation on your first attempt, with no direct guidance. She looked at Harry with new respect. Do you realize most adult wizards struggle with such precision? Word of Harry's achievement spread quickly among the founders. That evening, they held a special dinner in his honor, presenting him with his first personal wand, a collaboration of their making. The wood is Rowan, Helga explained as she handed him the beautifully crafted wand. For protection and clarity of purpose. The core contains 3 elements, Rowena continued. A phoenix feather from Godric's familiar. A freely given unicorn hair from the herd in our forest, Helga added. And the venom crystal of a basilisk, Salazar finished, ignoring Godric's slight frown. Freely crystallized, not harvested. 3 cores? Harry asked, sensing this was unusual. As unique as you are, Godric confirmed. A student of all our disciplines deserves a wand that can channel all forms of magic with equal facility. The wand felt warm and right in Harry's hand, responding to his magic with a shower of multicolored sparks that drew gasps and applause from everyone present. That night, lying in bed, he was staying in Rowena's tower that week, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed. He had gone from being unwanted and unloved to being valued and nurtured. From being punished for accidental magic to being celebrated for magical achievements. For the first time, Harry felt like he belonged somewhere. The thought of eventually returning to the Dursleys became increasingly unbearable. As if sensing his thoughts, Rowena knocked softly and entered his chamber. "Still awake, little one?" she asked, sitting on the edge of his bed. Harry nodded. "Just thinking. About your time. Your family there." Harry's expression darkened. "The Dursleys aren't really my family. They never wanted me." Rowena's normally composed features showed a flash of anger. "Then they are fools. Any family would be fortunate to have a child of your gifts and character." "My real parents died when I was a baby," Harry confided. "I don't remember them at all." Rowena placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "That is a great sorrow. But remember, family is not merely those who share our blood, but those who share our hearts." Harry thought about that. "Like the four of you?" A rare, warm smile crossed Rowena's face. "Yes, Harry. Like us." She tucked the blanket around him more securely. "Now sleep. Tomorrow brings new lessons." As Harry drifted toward sleep, he realized something important: he was no longer just learning magic from the founders. In their different ways, they were teaching him what it meant to be valued, to belong, to be part of a family. And that might be the most powerful magic of all. Autumn turned to winter, and the Scottish Highlands around Hogwarts transformed into a crystalline wonderland. Harry, who had never been allowed to enjoy winter at the Dursleys, threw himself into the season with childish abandon, building snowmen with Helga, learning winter survival magic from Godric, studying ice transmutation with Rowena, and discovering the ancient hibernation secrets of magical creatures with Salazar. As Yuletide approached, Harry noticed the founders engaged in frequent private discussions from which he was excluded. Their normally open demeanor became secretive, with conversations abruptly halting when he entered a room. "Have I done something wrong?" he finally asked Helga one evening as they tended the magical plants in her indoor winter garden. Helga's kind face softened. "Oh, child, no. Quite the opposite. We've been planning something special, that's all." Before Harry could question further, a commotion outside drew their attention. Through the frost-covered windows, Harry could see lights moving across the Hogwarts grounds, dozens of wizards and witches arriving on horseback, in carriages, and even a few on early flying brooms. "What's happening?" Harry asked, peering through the glass in fascination. "The Wizards' Council is convening at Hogwarts," Helga explained, ushering him away from the window. "Representatives from magical communities across Britain and beyond come together twice yearly to discuss matters of importance." "Like a medieval ministry of magic?" Harry asked, remembering snippets about magical government from overheard conversations at the Dursleys. "Ministry?" Helga tilted her head curiously. "Is that what it's called in your time?" "How fascinating." She shook herself. "But yes, something similar. The council helps coordinate magical affairs and mediates disputes." Harry watched the procession with growing excitement. "Will I get to meet them?" Helga hesitated. "That's part of what we've been discussing. Your presence here is complicated, Harry. Knowledge of time travel could be dangerous in the wrong hands." Harry's face fell. "So I have to hide?" "Not hide, exactly," Helga corrected gently. "But we've decided it would be best if you're presented as my ward, a magical orphan I've taken in. No mention of your true origins." "Oh." Harry considered this. "That makes sense, I suppose." "The council will be in session for 3 days," Helga continued. "During that time, you'll need to be careful what you say about yourself and your knowledge." "I understand," Harry promised solemnly. The next morning, Harry woke to find special clothes laid out for him, finer than his everyday attire, with subtle embroidery featuring elements of all four founders' symbols. "You look quite handsome," Rowena commented when Harry joined the founders for breakfast in the Great Hall, which had been completed just weeks earlier. "Indeed," agreed Godric, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. "A proper young wizard." Salazar, less effusive as always, merely nodded approvingly. Remember your cover story, he cautioned. Curiosity about you is inevitable. Throughout the day, Harry observed the council proceedings from a distance, fascinated by the gathering of magical folk. The great hall had been transformed into a grand meeting chamber, with the four founders seated at a high table facing the assembled representatives. During a midday recess, Godric brought over a tall, imposing wizard with a silver beard and elaborate robes adorned with celestial symbols. "Harry, I'd like you to meet Merlin, chief enchanter of the Wizards' Council." "Merlin, this is Harry, Helga's ward." Harry's jaw dropped. "And Merlin? The Merlin?" The tall wizard chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "There's only one of me, last I checked, young man." He studied Harry with keen interest. "Godric tells me you show remarkable magical aptitude." "The boy has talents in all our disciplines," Godric confirmed proudly. "A most unusual combination." Merlin knelt to Harry's level, looking directly into his eyes. For a brief, disconcerting moment, Harry felt a gentle probe at the edges of his mind, similar to what Salazar had taught him to recognize during their lessons in mind magic. Harry instinctively reinforced his mental shields, a skill Salazar had drilled into him. Merlin's eyebrows rose in surprise, and he glanced at Godric. Impressive defenses for one so young. Salazar's influence, Godric explained with a slight grimace. "Useful skills, regardless," Merlin remarked, standing again. "Young Harry, perhaps you would join me for a short walk." Harry looked to Godric, who nodded encouragingly. As they strolled through the corridors of Hogwarts, Merlin asked Harry about his studies with each founder. Harry answered carefully, mindful of Salazar's warnings about revealing too much. "It's unusual," Merlin observed, "for a child to show equal aptitude in such diverse magical disciplines. Typically, a young wizard's magic gravitates strongly toward one area." "The founders say I'm weird," Harry replied with a small smile. "In a good way." Merlin laughed. "Indeed. And what do you enjoy learning most, Harry?" Harry considered the question seriously. "I like different things about each founder's teaching. Godric makes magic exciting, Rowena makes it fascinating, Helga makes it meaningful, and Salazar makes it powerful." Merlin nodded thoughtfully. A remarkably balanced perspective. He stopped walking and faced Harry directly. "Tell me, young one, do you believe in destiny?" The abrupt change of topic caught Harry off guard. I'm not sure, sir." "The stars speak of great disruptions in the fabric of time," Merlin continued cryptically. "And here I find a child with unusual magic and extraordinarily strong mental shields, conveniently apprenticed to all four founders." Harry felt his heart race. Did Merlin suspect his true origins? "Sir?" he asked nervously. Merlin's serious expression softened into a smile. "Fear not, Harry. Your secrets are your own to keep or share. But know this, sometimes what seems like chance is actually the universe correcting its course." Before Harry could decipher this enigmatic statement, they were rejoined by Godric, who announced that the council was reconvening. "We shall speak again, young Harry," Merlin promised as he departed. "I suspect our paths are destined to cross many times." That evening, Harry recounted his conversation with Merlin to the founders, who had gathered in Salazar's private study. "Did he say anything else?" Salazar pressed, his normally impassive face showing concern. Harry shook his head. "Just that bit about the stars and time disruptions." The founders exchanged worried glances. "Merlin is the greatest seer of our age," Rowena explained. "If he senses temporal disturbances, it doesn't necessarily mean Harry's presence is the cause," Helga interjected quickly. "Time magic has always been unpredictable." "Regardless," Godric declared, "we must accelerate our research into the time turner. If temporal instabilities are occurring, returning Harry to his proper time may become urgent." Harry felt a pang of dismay. The thought of leaving the founders, the first true family he had known, was increasingly painful. Salazar, ever observant, noticed Harry's distress. "The research will take time," he said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "Months, at minimum. Your training will continue uninterrupted." The council meetings continued for 2 more days, during which Harry was introduced to various important magical figures of the era. He met Morgana Le Fay, whose sharp intelligence reminded him of a younger, more intense Rowena, Cleodna, the famous Irish druidess whose healing magic had influenced Helga's techniques, and many others whose names Harry vaguely recognized from chocolate frog cards he'd glimpsed at the Dursleys. Throughout these introductions, Harry maintained his cover as Helga's orphaned ward, though he occasionally caught Merlin watching him with knowing eyes. On the final evening of the council, a grand feast was held in the Great Hall. Harry, seated at the founder's table, marveled at the magical entertainment, conjured musicians, shape-shifting performers, and fantastic illusions that filled the air above the diners. During the festivities, Merlin approached the founder's table and beckoned them into a private conversation. Harry couldn't hear what was said, but when they returned, all 4 looked troubled. "What's wrong?" Harry whispered to Helga, who was seated beside him. "Merlin has warned of a potential threat," she replied softly. "A dark witch called Morrigan has been gathering followers in Ireland. He believes she may turn her attention to Hogwarts soon." "Why would she care about a school?" "Because Hogwarts represents the future of organized magical education," Helga explained. "If Morrigan seeks to shape the magical world according to her vision, controlling how young witches and wizards are taught would be essential." The feast concluded with a unity ritual, in which all attendees contributed a small portion of their magic to strengthen Hogwarts' protective enchantments. Harry watched in awe as hundreds of different colored magical streams flowed toward the central stone the founders had prepared, infusing it with power. "That stone will be placed in the heart of Hogwarts," Rowena told Harry as they watched. "It will help sustain the castle's magic for centuries." "For over 1,000 years," Harry confirmed quietly, then caught himself. "I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?" Rowena smiled knowingly but said nothing. After the council members departed, life at Hogwarts returned to its normal rhythm. Harry's training intensified, with the founders pushing him to more advanced magic than before. "Circumstances may require you to defend yourself sooner than we anticipated," Godric explained during a particularly grueling dueling session. "You must be prepared." "Because of this Morrigan person?" Harry asked, dodging a stinging hex Godric had cast. "Precisely." Godric cast another spell, which Harry successfully blocked with a shield charm. "Very good. Your reflexes are improving. What exactly does Morrigan want?" Harry asked between defensive spells. Helga said something about controlling magical education. Godric's expression darkened. "Morrigan believes in magical supremacy. That witches and wizards should rule over non-magical folk, not hide from them or live alongside them." "That sounds like," Harry began, then stopped himself from making the comparison to Voldemort, the dark wizard he knew from fragments of overheard conversations. "Like what?" Godric prompted. "Like a terrible idea," Harry finished lamely. "History shows that never works out well." Godric gave him a shrewd look but didn't press further. "Indeed. Unfortunately, such ideas persist throughout time. There will always be those who believe power grants them the right to dominate others." As Yuletide approached, Harry noticed increasing security measures around the castle. Godric and Salazar, often at odds over school policies, worked together to establish powerful defensive wards. Rowena created a network of enchanted sensors to detect magical intrusion, while Helga prepared healing supplies and reinforced the safe areas where students would eventually shelter during emergencies. Despite these preparations, the founders ensured that Harry's first Yuletide at Hogwarts was magical in the happiest sense. The Great Hall was decorated with evergreens and magical lights, and a massive feast was prepared for the small community of wizards and witches who had gathered to help create the school. On Yule morning, Harry was summoned to the founder's private chamber, where a surprise awaited. 4 gifts were arranged on a table, each bearing the emblem of one founder. Happy Yuletide, Harry, they said together, gesturing for him to open the presents. From Helga, he received a beautifully crafted amulet. It contains essence of phoenix tears, she explained. Should you ever be gravely injured, it will provide healing until proper help can be found. Rowena's gift was a small, leather-bound book with blank pages. A knowledge repository, she told him. Whatever you write in it will be preserved indefinitely, and only you can read its contents unless you specifically grant permission to another. Godric presented Harry with a miniature sword, perfectly proportioned for a child his size but crafted with the same attention to detail as Godric's own legendary weapon. Every wizard should know how to defend himself even without magic, Godric declared. We'll begin your training after the celebration. Salazar's gift was the most surprising, a small serpent carved from jade that seemed almost alive, its tiny emerald eyes glittering with inner light. A focus for your Parseltongue abilities, Salazar explained. It will help you channel serpent magic more precisely. Harry was overwhelmed by their generosity. I didn't get you anything, he admitted, embarrassed. Your progress is gift enough, Rowena assured him. And your presence has brought unexpected joy to our endeavor, Helga added warmly. The Yuletide celebration lasted for days, with feasting, magical contests, and traditional rituals to welcome the returning light. Harry, who had never been included in Christmas festivities with the Dursleys, threw himself into every activity with enthusiasm. It was during this period of celebration that the first sign of trouble appeared. A scout patronized by Godric returned from Ireland with disturbing news. Morrigan and her followers had departed their stronghold and were moving east across the sea. She comes for Hogwarts, then, Salazar concluded grimly when the scout delivered his report. Just as Merlin forewarned. The founders immediately increased security and accelerated Harry's combat training. Godric and Salazar, setting aside their philosophical differences, worked together to prepare Harry for potential danger. Remember, Godric instructed during one session, courage is not the absence of fear, but action in spite of it. And sometimes, Salazar added, the wisest action is retreat and reconsideration. Living to fight another day is not cowardice, it's strategy. As winter deepened, strange occurrences began plaguing the Hogwarts grounds. Magical creatures fled the forest in panic, unexplained cold spots appeared where warmth should have been, and several construction workers reported seeing shadowy figures that vanished when approached. Morrigan's scouts, Salazar declared after investigating one such incident. She sends her consciousness through familiars and thralls, observing our defenses. Can you block her? Rowena asked. Salazar nodded. Already implementing countermeasures. But she's powerful, more so than I initially estimated. One morning in early January, Harry woke to find frost patterns on his window that definitely weren't natural. The ice formed disturbing images of serpents devouring lions, eagles falling from the sky, and badgers trapped in snares. When he showed the founders, their reactions confirmed his fears. This was a direct message from Morrigan. She knows of you, Salazar told Harry, studying the frost patterns with concern. These symbols, a small serpent alongside the 4 house animals, represent you, Harry. She's observed enough to identify your connection to all of us. But how would she know I'm important? Harry asked. The founders exchanged uneasy glances. There may be a spy among the council members who attended the gathering, Godric suggested. Someone who noticed Merlin's interest in you. Or Morrigan has her own form of foresight, Rowena countered. Some dark seers can glimpse pivotal moments in time. Regardless of how she knows, Helga interjected practically, we must increase Harry's protection. He shouldn't be alone at any time. From that day forward, Harry always had at least one founder nearby. His training became even more intensive, focusing particularly on defensive magic and escape techniques. If true danger comes, Godric instructed, you run. No heroics. Your safety is our priority. January passed in this state of heightened vigilance. Harry's 7th birthday came and went with a small celebration overshadowed by security concerns. Though he had only been with the Founders for about 7 months, his magical abilities had advanced to a level that would have been remarkable even for a much older child. In early February, the first direct attack came. It was subtle, a poisoning attempt targeting the Founders during a meal. Thanks to Salazar's paranoia and habit of checking all food for toxins, the plot was discovered before anyone was harmed. "Morrigan tests our defenses," Salazar observed grimly. "This was never expected to succeed, merely to gauge our vigilance." 2 days later, 3 construction workers turned on their colleagues without warning, firing destructive spells before being subdued. Under Rowena's questioning, it became clear they had been magically compelled, their minds temporarily possessed by a powerful outside force. Imperius-like effects, Rowena reported to the other Founders. But with an ancient Celtic variation that bypasses standard mental defenses. "Can you counter it?" Godric asked. "Already working on adaptations to our protective enchantments," Rowena assured him. As threats escalated, the Founders made a difficult decision: construction on Hogwarts would be temporarily halted, and most workers sent to safety. Only the Founders, their closest associates, and Harry would remain. "The castle is defensible even in its incomplete state," Godric declared. "Better to face Morrigan with fewer potential hostages or pawns." The night after the workers departed, Harry was awakened by Helga shaking him urgently. "Quickly, child," she whispered. "Dress warmly and bring only what you can carry in one small bag. We're moving you to a safer location." "What's happening?" Harry asked, scrambling to obey. "Morrigan's forces have been spotted approaching from the north," Helga explained, helping him pack his most important possessions, the gifts from the Founders, his wand, and a few clothes. "Godric believes they'll attack by dawn." Harry's heart pounded. "Where are we going?" "The chamber," Helga replied, surprising Harry completely. He knew of Salazar's secret chamber from history, but had no idea it already existed, or that Helga knew of it. "Salazar's chamber of secrets," he blurted without thinking. Helga gave him a sharp look. "You know of it?" "Yes, though Salazar prefers to call it his sanctuary. It's the most magically protected space in Hogwarts." She led Harry through darkened corridors, down several flights of stairs, and finally into the dungeons. There, they met Salazar, who was waiting beside what appeared to be a solid stone wall. "You weren't followed?" Salazar asked tersely. Helga shook her head. "Rowena's misdirection charms are in place. Anyone tracking us will find themselves circling the astronomy tower." Salazar nodded and turned to the wall, hissing in Parseltongue. The stone rippled and dissolved, revealing a narrow passage. "Quickly," he urged, ushering them through before sealing the entrance behind them. The passage led downward, deep beneath the castle foundations. After several minutes of descent, they emerged into a vast underground chamber, not the Gothic hall Harry had glimpsed in whispered stories at the Dursleys, but a natural cavern enhanced by magic, with multiple smaller chambers branching off from the main space. "The chamber is unfinished, like Hogwarts itself," Salazar explained, lighting torches with a wave of his wand. "But its protections are complete. Will the others join us?" Harry asked anxiously. "Godric and Rowena are coordinating our defenses," Helga explained. "I'll return to assist them once you're settled." Salazar showed Harry to a small side chamber equipped with a bed, desk, and basic necessities. "You'll be safe here," he assured the boy. "The chamber is unplottable, and its entrance requires Parseltongue." "But what about you?" Harry asked, looking between the two Founders. "You're going to fight Morrigan." "We'll do what's necessary to protect Hogwarts," Helga said firmly. "Your job is to remain here, safe and hidden." "But I can help," Harry protested. "You've been training me, and you've learned remarkably quickly," Salazar acknowledged. "But Morrigan is a dark witch of immense power and experience. This is not your battle." Before Harry could argue further, a silver spectral badger, Helga's Patronus, bounded into the chamber. "They've breached the outer wards," the Patronus announced in Godric's voice. "Dozens of followers, and Morrigan herself. Return immediately." Helga squeezed Harry's hand. "Stay here. No matter what you hear or sense, do not leave the chamber." "But," Harry began. "Promise me, Harry," Helga insisted, her normally gentle eyes intense. "I promise," Harry reluctantly agreed. Salazar placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a rare physical gesture from the normally reserved founder. "Remember your training. If, against all probability, someone manages to find this place, use what I've taught you." With that, both founders hurried back through the passage, leaving Harry alone in the hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts. For hours, Harry paced anxiously. Occasionally, he felt vibrations through the stone floor and walls, evidence of powerful magic being used far above. Twice, he thought he heard distant screams. Unable to stand the waiting, Harry tried practicing spells to distract himself. He ran through the defensive exercises Godric had taught him, the transfigurations Rowena had demonstrated, the healing charms Helga had shown him, and the subtle hexes Salazar had insisted he learn, just in case. As dawn approached, though Harry had no way of knowing the time in the windowless chamber, the vibrations grew more intense. A particularly violent shock sent dust raining from the ceiling. Then, abruptly, everything went still. The silence was somehow more terrifying than the distant sounds of battle had been. Harry strained his ears, desperate for any indication of what was happening above. After what felt like hours, he heard something, soft footsteps approaching down the passage. Harry raised his wand, heart pounding. Had Morrigan's forces somehow discovered the chamber? Or was it one of the founders coming to tell him the danger had passed? The footsteps stopped just outside his small chamber. Then a voice, one he'd never heard before, spoke in Parseltongue. "I know you're there, little snake speaker. Come out and greet your new teacher." Harry's blood ran cold. Only two people he knew of could speak Parseltongue, himself and Salazar. This voice belonged to neither. "Who are you?" Harry called back in human speech, not wanting to reveal his Parseltongue ability. A low, feminine laugh echoed through the stone. "Playing innocent. Your magical signature betrays you, time traveler. I am Morrigan, and I've come to offer you a choice." Harry's mind raced. How had she found the chamber? Where were the founders? And how did she know he was from the future? "What choice?" he asked, playing for time while trying to remember every defensive strategy the founders had taught him. "Join me willingly, and I'll spare your beloved teachers," Morrigan replied. "Refuse, and I'll finish what I've started." "What have you done to them?" Harry demanded, anger overtaking fear. "They fought, admirably," Morrigan said, amusement in her voice. "Especially Gryffindor. Such passionate defense, but ultimately futile. They're alive, for now, contained by magic even they cannot break." Harry didn't believe her, but the thought that the founders might be in danger overrode his promise to stay hidden. Slowly, wand raised, he emerged from his chamber into the main cavern. A woman stood in the center of the space, tall and regal, with long black hair and eyes that seemed to shift between green and black. Her robes were dark, adorned with silver runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. "Ah, there you are," she said, switching to English. "The child of prophecy himself." "What prophecy?" Harry asked, maintaining his distance. "The time-turned heir who walks with four as one," Morrigan quoted. "A child of no time and all times, whose coming reshapes the foundations of magic itself." She studied him with disturbing intensity. "When my seers spoke these words, I thought them mad. Yet here you stand, a boy from the future, trained by all four founders." "I don't know anything about a prophecy," Harry insisted truthfully. "And I'll never join you." Morrigan smiled coldly. "Bold words from a child. But you haven't seen what awaits you if you refuse." She waved her hand, and a shimmering portal appeared beside her. Through it, Harry could see the Great Hall of Hogwarts, partially destroyed by battle. The four founders were bound by magical chains to the remaining columns, visibly weakened but still defiant. "A vision, or reality," Morrigan said. "Come with me, allow me to harness your unique temporal magic, and they live. Refuse, and watch them die." Harry's mind worked frantically. The founders had prepared him for many scenarios, but not this specific dilemma. What would they want him to do? As he stared at the portal, trying to determine if it showed truth or illusion, Harry noticed something: a small hand signal Rowena was making. It was a gesture she had taught him, one that meant deception at work. The scene was false. A trick. Harry drew himself up to his full, though admittedly unimpressive, height. "I don't believe you," he declared. "Show me the founders in person, or no deal." Morrigan's eyes narrowed. "Clever child. But my patience has limits." She raised her hand, and a blast of dark magic shot toward Harry. Acting on instinct and training, he cast the shield charm Godric had drilled into him countless times. Protego. The shield held, barely, dissipating Morrigan's attack into harmless sparks. Her expression registered surprise, then calculation. "Impressive," she acknowledged. "The founders taught you well. But they've kept secrets from you, child, about your true potential, about why you were brought here." "I came here by accident," Harry countered, maintaining his shield while trying to remember the more offensive spells Salazar had taught him. Morrigan laughed. "There are no accidents in time magic. The time turner that brought you here was created centuries from now, yet it delivered you precisely to this moment in history. Why? Because you were always meant to be part of this." Before Harry could respond, the cavern shook violently. Chunks of stone fell from the ceiling, and a deafening roar echoed through the chamber. Morrigan looked up in alarm. "Impossible," she hissed. "My barriers cannot be." The passage entrance exploded inward in a shower of stone and magical energy. Through the dust strode Godric Gryffindor, his robes torn and bloody but his wand steady. Behind him came the other three founders, similarly battle-worn but very much alive and free. "Step away from my student, witch," Godric growled, his voice rumbling like thunder. Morrigan's face contorted with rage. "How did you break my binding spell? It was anchored to the stars themselves." "You bound us to celestial bodies," Rowena replied calmly, but failed to account for astronomical progression over centuries. "A flaw exposed by one who has studied the stars of the future." "Your downfall, Morrigan," Helga added, "was assuming we would keep our knowledge in separate chambers, like jealously guarded treasures. Instead, we share freely with each other, and with Harry." Salazar stepped forward, his cold eyes fixed on Morrigan. "Now you face not four individual masters, but four united by a common purpose." Morrigan's expression shifted from rage to calculation. "Perhaps today is not the day of reckoning after all." She turned to Harry. "Remember, Time Walker, I offered you choice. They offer only the illusion of it." Before anyone could stop her, Morrigan made a complex gesture. A portal of swirling darkness appeared behind her, and she stepped backward into it, vanishing. The portal collapsed with a sound like thunder. "Teleportation across wards," Salazar muttered. "Concerning." Godric rushed to Harry. "Are you hurt? Did she harm you?" "I'm fine," Harry assured him, then found himself caught in a crushing hug. "Thank the stars," Godric murmured, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. "When we realized she had found the chamber." Rowena was already examining the space where Morrigan had disappeared. "She'll be back," she stated flatly. This was merely a first attempt. "But how did she find the chamber at all?" Harry asked. "And how did she know about me, about where I'm from?" The founders exchanged troubled glances. "We have a theory," Helga admitted. "Come, let's return to the surface." This story requires comfortable seating and perhaps some healing potion for all of us. As they made their way back through the castle, Harry saw evidence of the fierce battle that had taken place, scorched walls, shattered windows, and magical residue still crackling in the air. Morrigan brought over 30 followers, Godric explained as they walked. Well trained and equipped with dark artifacts. We managed to capture most, but some escaped with her. The castle held, Salazar added with grudging pride. Our defensive enchantments performed beyond expectations. In the Founder's private chamber, one of the few spaces left undamaged, they all collapsed into chairs. Helga bustled about, administering healing potions and treating wounds despite her own injuries. Once everyone was settled, Rowena addressed Harry's questions. We believe Morrigan has some form of temporal sensitivity, she explained. The ability to sense disruptions in time. Your arrival created such a disruption, and she's been drawn to it since. As for finding the chamber, Salazar continued, she likely used your magical signature as a trace. Your magic carries temporal markers that distinguish it from ours. What was that prophecy she mentioned? Harry asked. About a time-turned heir. The Founders looked uncomfortable. That is complicated, Rowena admitted. Shortly after your arrival, I had a vision, unusual for me, as I'm not normally gifted with foresight. I saw you, Harry, standing at a crossroads of history, your decisions echoing backward and forward through time. We didn't tell you, Helga added gently, because we didn't want to burden you with such expectations. You're still a child, regardless of your extraordinary circumstances. But Morrigan Sears had the same vision, Godric continued grimly. She believes controlling you means controlling time itself. Harry tried to process this. But, that's ridiculous. I'm just a boy who found a time-turner by accident. Are you? Salazar challenged softly. Consider the improbability, Harry. Of all places and times, you appeared here, at the founding of Hogwarts. You show magical affinity with all four of us, despite such balance being exceedingly rare. And you arrived with knowledge of the future that could reshape history. What Salazar means, Helga interjected, shooting him a warning look, is that while your arrival may have seemed accidental to you, perhaps larger forces were at work. Harry's head was spinning. So what happens now? Morrigan will come back, won't she? Undoubtedly, Godric confirmed. But we'll be ready. Today was a surprise attack, next time, we'll be prepared. In the meantime, Rowena added, we must accelerate our research into the time-turner. I fear Morrigan's interest in you makes your return to the future more urgent. Harry felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving, but said nothing. If his presence endangered the Founders in Hogwarts, perhaps it would be better if he returned to his own time, despite the Dursleys awaiting him there. That night, after being settled in a temporary sleeping chamber, the Founders insisted he stay close to them rather than in his usual quarters. Harry reflected on everything he had learned. The idea that his journey through time might be part of some cosmic plan rather than a simple accident was overwhelming. As he drifted toward sleep, his last thoughts were of the Founders, how they had fought for him, protected him, valued him in a way no one in his original time ever had. Whatever happened next, he would do everything in his power to keep them safe in return. Chapter 2, Heirs and Enemies, No, Faster. Godric shouted, firing another stinging hex toward Harry. Your shield must be instant, not an afterthought. Harry spun, wand flashing as he cast a third shield charm in quick succession. This one caught Godric's hex perfectly, dissolving it into harmless sparks. Sweat poured down Harry's face as he maintained his defensive stance, waiting for the next attack. 3 months had passed since Morrigan's first assault on Hogwarts. 3 months of intensified training, heightened security, and constant vigilance. Harry, now 7.5 years old, had grown both physically and magically under the Founder's relentless tutelage. Better, Godric acknowledged, lowering his wand slightly. But still too slow for multiple attackers. Again. Before Harry could protest, Godric launched a rapid series of hexes. Harry dodged the first two, shielded against the third, but the fourth caught him on the shoulder, stinging sharply. Ow! Harry winced, rubbing his arm. In real combat, that "ow" would be your last word, Godric said bluntly, though his eyes showed concern. Enough for today. You've improved, but we need to work on handling multiple threats. Harry nodded, trying not to show his disappointment. After Morrigan's attack, his training had taken on new urgency. The Founders pushed him harder than ever before, and Harry pushed himself even more. The Dark Witch's words about him being a time-turned heir haunted his dreams. Don't look so glum, Godric said, clapping him on the back. Few adult wizards could manage 3 shields in succession. Your progress is remarkable. But not enough to face Morrigan, Harry pointed out. Godric's expression hardened. You won't be facing Morrigan. That's our responsibility. But the prophecies are guidelines, not commands, Godric interrupted firmly. Now off to Rowena with you. She's expecting you for your astronomy lesson. Harry sighed but obeyed, heading toward the newly completed astronomy tower. After Morrigan's attack, reconstruction of Hogwarts had accelerated. More workers arrived, many bringing their families who settled in the growing village nearby, the beginnings of what Harry knew would someday be called Hogsmeade. The astronomy tower offered panoramic views of the surrounding landscape. Harry could see workers rebuilding damaged sections of the castle, magical creatures roaming the edges of the forest, and in the distance, the glittering surface of the lake where a giant squid had recently taken up residence, a gift from a Greek wizard who had joined the council. Rowena was waiting at the top of the tower, surrounded by complex magical instruments. Unlike Godric's physical training, Rowena's lessons focused on expanding Harry's magical knowledge and mental discipline. You're late, she observed without looking up from the star chart she was annotating. Godric pushing you hard again? 3 shield charms in a row, Harry confirmed, still massaging his stinging shoulder. Rowena's lips twitched in a small smile. Impressive. Soon he'll run out of challenges for you. She gestured to the astronomical instruments. Today we're studying the celestial influences on temporal magic. Since your time-turner appears to operate on principles beyond our current understanding, we must explore all possibilities. For the next 2 hours, Harry helped Rowena track the movements of planets and stars, recording their positions in a special journal enchanted to detect magical fluctuations. The stars existed before us and will exist after, Rowena explained as Harry charted Jupiter's position. They witness all of time simultaneously. If we learn to read their language properly, perhaps we can better understand how your journey here was possible, and how to return you safely. Harry's stomach tightened at the mention of returning. After nearly a year with the Founders, the thought of going back to the Dursleys was increasingly unbearable. What if? He began hesitantly, what if I don't want to go back? Rowena looked up from her charts, her keen eyes softening slightly. The future is your home, Harry. Your proper time. But I'm happy here, Harry insisted. I'm learning magic, I'm useful, I'm. He trailed off, unable to put his feelings into words. Loved? Rowena suggested gently. Harry nodded, eyes downcast. Rowena sighed, setting aside her quill. Time has rules, Harry. Rules that even we don't fully understand. Your prolonged presence here could have consequences beyond our comprehension. Because of the prophecy. Because of basic temporal principles, Rowena corrected. The longer you stay, the more you affect our time. The more our time changes, the more the future, your present, might change as well. Harry considered this. But what if my future isn't good? What if changing it would be better? Rowena's expression grew troubled. That's a dangerous path, Harry. Attempting to manipulate time based on limited knowledge often leads to unforeseen disasters. Before Harry could argue further, a silvery eagle Patronus soared through the tower window and landed before Rowena. Council representatives arriving early, came Helga's voice from the spectral bird. Salazar requests Harry's presence in the ritual chamber immediately. Rowena frowned. That's unexpected. The council wasn't due for another week. She began gathering her instruments. Go to Salazar. We'll continue this discussion later. Harry hurried down the spiral staircase and through the castle corridors. The ritual chamber was a recent addition, a secure room deep within the dungeons where Salazar conducted his more sensitive magical experiments, particularly those involving the time turner. He found Salazar bent over a stone basin filled with silvery liquid. The time turner hovered above it, suspended in a complex web of magical energy. You requested me, sir? Harry asked, still slightly out of breath from his run. Salazar looked up, his sharp eyes assessing Harry critically. Indeed. The Wizards' Council arrives early, unexpected and concerning, given Morrigan's recent activities. Do you think it's connected? I suspect everything unusual is connected these days, Salazar replied dryly. He gestured to the hovering time turner. I've made a discovery about your device. Come, observe. Harry approached cautiously. The time turner looked different from when he'd first found it. The golden metal now had a bluish tinge, and the sand inside the glass bulbs swirled continuously without needing to be turned. It's changing, Harry noted. Evolving, Salazar corrected. Responding to your magical development. This confirms my theory that the device is attuned specifically to you. What does that mean? It means, Salazar said with uncharacteristic excitement, that this is not merely a time turner in the conventional sense. It appears to be a specially crafted temporal focus, designed to channel and direct your innate magical connection to time itself. Harry stared at the device in bewilderment. But that's... I'm just a boy who happened to find an extraordinarily rare magical artifact that brought you precisely to the founding of the greatest magical institution in history. Salazar raised an eyebrow. Your modesty is admirable but misplaced. Before Harry could process this, Salazar continued. There's more. I've been analyzing your magical signature, comparing it to historical records and magical bloodlines documented in the council archives. He waved his wand over the stone basin, and the silvery liquid formed into a complex pattern of intersecting lines and symbols. This represents your magical essence, Salazar explained, pointing to a bright node at the center of the pattern. And these, he indicated several connecting lines, are magical resonances with known bloodlines. Harry leaned closer, fascinated despite his confusion. I suspected it since you first demonstrated Parseltongue, Salazar continued, but this confirms it. You carry magical markers of my bloodline. Harry's eyes widened. You mean I'm related to you? But that's not possible, I'm from 1,000 years in the future. Bloodlines persist, Salazar said simply. Magic remembers its origins. But what's truly remarkable, he traced another line in the pattern, is that you also show resonances with Godric's line. And Rowena's. And, most faintly, Helga's as well. Harry stared at the swirling pattern. That can't be right. How could I be related to all four founders? Not directly related to all, perhaps, Salazar mused. But carrying magical echoes of all our bloodlines, yes, the evidence suggests exactly that. 1,000 years is many generations. Lines intermarry, diverge, reconnect. Is that why the prophecy calls me the time-turned heir? Salazar's eyes narrowed. Who told you the exact wording of the prophecy? Harry hesitated, realizing his mistake. Morrigan mentioned it during the attack. Ah. Salazar studied him for a moment. Yes, that would explain it. The prophecy speaks of one who carries the blood of four as one. We assumed it was metaphorical, referring to your balanced magical affinities. But perhaps it's more literal than we thought. A knock at the door interrupted them. Helga entered, looking harried. There you are, she said, giving Harry a quick smile. The council representatives are assembled in the Great Hall. They're asking specifically for Harry's presence. Salazar's expression darkened. On what grounds? They claim to have information about Morrigan's plans, information that directly concerns Harry. Salazar extinguished the magical display with a sharp wave of his wand. This grows more suspicious by the moment. Very well, we shall attend, but Harry stays by my side. As they made their way to the great hall, Salazar whispered instructions to Harry. Say nothing of your true origins. Remember your cover as Helga's ward. And if anyone attempts to separate you from the Founders, use the emergency port key. Harry touched the small amulet he wore beneath his robes, another of Salazar's creations that would instantly transport him to the secure chamber beneath the castle if activated. The great hall had been transformed for the council meeting. A large circular table now occupied the center, around which sat about 20 witches and wizards in formal robes. Godric and Rowena were already present, their expressions carefully neutral but their posture alert. At the head of the table sat Merlin, his silver beard gleaming in the light from the enchanted ceiling. Beside him was a witch Harry hadn't met before, tall and regal with striking golden eyes and elaborate Celtic knotwork embroidered on her emerald robes. Ah, the young apprentice arrives, Merlin said warmly as Harry entered with Salazar and Helga. Come forward, Harry Potter. Harry approached cautiously, feeling the weight of many curious stares. Harry, I'd like you to meet Lady Morgana Le Fay, Merlin gestured to the golden-eyed witch. She brings us concerning news from the Western Isles. Harry tried to hide his surprise. Morgana Le Fay, a name he vaguely remembered from chocolate frog cards as a powerful, somewhat controversial historical figure. In his time, she was often confused with Morgan Le Fay, a different witch entirely. A pleasure to meet you, young one, Morgana said, her voice melodious with an accent Harry couldn't place. Your teachers speak most highly of your abilities. Thank you, my lady, Harry replied with the formal greeting Rowena had taught him for addressing council members. Godric cleared his throat. Perhaps Lady Morgana should explain why she requested Harry's presence at what should be an adults-only council session. Morgana nodded gracefully. Of course. I'll be direct, Morrigan has put a price on the boy's head. My sources in Ireland report that she's offering substantial rewards for his capture, alive and unharmed. A murmur ran through the assembled council members. What could she possibly want with a child? Asked an elderly wizard Harry didn't recognize. That, Morgana replied, is what concerns us most. My seers believe Morrigan has discovered ancient magic involving the sacrifice of magically gifted children to enhance her own power. Harry felt Salazar stiffen beside him. Your seers are mistaken, Salazar said flatly. Morrigan's interest in the boy is political, not sacrificial. Political? Morgana raised an elegant eyebrow. How could a 7-year-old child hold political value? He is being trained by all 4 founders, Rowena interjected smoothly. He represents the future of our educational approach, balanced instruction in all magical disciplines rather than the specialized apprenticeship model. A living symbol, Helga added. Of unity among magical traditions. Morgana studied Harry with increased interest. Fascinating. And unusual. Most children show clear affinity for one magical discipline over others. Harry is exceptional, Godric said carefully. Merlin, who had been watching this exchange silently, finally spoke. Lady Morgana brings another matter of concern. Morrigan appears to be gathering allies among the giant clans of Scotland and the vampire covens of Eastern Europe. A direct assault on Hogwarts, then, Godric concluded grimly. Larger than before. Not just Hogwarts, Morgana corrected. My intelligence suggests she plans to strike at multiple magical strongholds simultaneously, to fragment our defenses and prevent unified resistance. When? Helga asked. The summer solstice, Morgana replied. When magical energies peak and her ritual sacrifices would yield maximum power. Harry listened with growing alarm. The summer solstice was barely a month away. We must prepare a coordinated defense, Godric declared, already shifting into battle planning mode. Indeed, Merlin agreed. Which is why I've called this emergency council session. He turned to Harry. Young Potter, what you've heard is disturbing, I know. But you need not fear, the combined power of the council will ensure your safety. I'm not afraid for myself, Harry said honestly. I'm worried about Hogwarts. Merlin's eyes twinkled approvingly. Spoken like a true student of these four. He nodded toward the founders. Now, I believe it's time for the council to discuss defensive strategies. Perhaps Harry should retire while Harry stays, Salazar interrupted, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. If Morrigan targets him specifically, he should understand the plans for his protection. Surprisingly, Morgana supported this. I agree. The boy appears mature beyond his years. Sheltering him from reality won't serve him well if Morrigan succeeds in isolating him. Thus, Harry remained as the council debated defensive strategies late into the night. He listened intently as magical defenses were discussed, wards analyzed, and battle plans formulated. Despite his youth, Harry found himself understanding most of the complex magical concepts, a testament to the founders' thorough education. As the meeting concluded, Morgana approached Harry while the founders were engaged with other council members. You are an unusual child, she said quietly, studying him with those unsettling golden eyes. There's an aura about you, something, displaced. Harry tensed, remembering Salazar's warnings about revealing his origins. I'm just a student, he replied cautiously. Morgana smiled, a knowing expression that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Morrigan. We all have our secrets, young Potter. Even Merlin doesn't know all of mine. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. But some secrets become dangerous when kept too long. Remember that. Before Harry could respond, Godric appeared at his side. Lady Morgana, the Eastern delegation requests your expertise on protective enchantments. With a final enigmatic smile at Harry, Morgana glided away to join the other council members. What did she want? Godric asked, frowning after her. Just talking, Harry said, not wanting to worry Godric further. She's intense. Godric nodded grimly. Morgana walks her own path. Brilliant, but not always aligned with the council's consensus. Stay close to us when she's present. The council meetings continued for 3 days. Harry attended most sessions, absorbing the complex politics of the early medieval magical world. He observed alliances forming and dissolving, power struggles disguised as policy debates, and the careful dance of influence among the magical elite. It reminded him of the wizarding politics he'd occasionally glimpsed in his original time. Some things apparently hadn't changed much in 1,000 years. On the final day, the council conducted a ritual to strengthen Hogwarts' defenses against Morrigan's anticipated attack. All members contributed magic to enhance the castle's protective enchantments, with the founders acting as anchors for the spell. Harry watched in awe as streams of magical energy flowed from the assembled witches and wizards, converging on the 4 founders who stood at the compass points around a central runestone. The magic coalesced, forming a dome of shimmering energy that expanded outward until it encompassed the entire castle and grounds. As the ritual concluded, Merlin approached Harry. Impressive, is it not? The combined power of the greatest magical minds of our age. It's amazing, Harry agreed sincerely. Will it be enough to stop Morrigan? Merlin's expression grew serious. That depends on how far she's willing to go. Dark magic offers shortcuts to power, at terrible cost. If she's truly embracing sacrificial magic as Morgana suggests. He shook his head grimly. We must hope our defenses hold. After the council departed, life at Hogwarts settled into a new routine dominated by preparation for Morrigan's threatened attack. The founders intensified Harry's training even further, focusing particularly on defensive magic and escape techniques. Your primary objective in any attack, Rowena instructed during one lesson, is to reach safety. Not to engage. Not to help. Safety first. But I can fight, Harry protested. You've been training me for months. You can defend yourself long enough to escape, Godric corrected firmly. There's a difference. Despite their insistence that he avoid conflict, the founders ensured Harry could protect himself if absolutely necessary. Godric taught him increasingly complex shield charms, Rowena showed him disillusionment and misdirection spells, Helga trained him in magical first aid for battlefield injuries, and Salazar, most pragmatically, instructed him in several nasty hexes designed to incapacitate opponents quickly. If you must fight, Salazar told him during one such lesson, fight to win, not to impress. The most elegant solution is the one that keeps you alive. As the summer solstice approached, tension at Hogwarts grew palpable. Additional magical protections were layered over the castle daily. Evacuation plans were rehearsed. Godric's more combat-oriented friends arrived to bolster the castle's defenses, while Rowena's network of seers monitored for signs of Morrigan's movements. Through it all, Harry continued his regular magical education alongside the emergency preparation. He found that his abilities had developed dramatically over the past months. Spells that once required intense concentration now came easily. His wandless magic, already strong when he'd arrived, had become exceptionally responsive to his emotions. One afternoon, while practicing transfiguration with Rowena, Harry achieved a particularly complex transformation, turning a table into a fully functional mechanical clock, complete with moving gears. Rowena inspected his work with undisguised amazement. The level of detail is extraordinary. Most adult wizards struggle with mechanically complex transfigurations. She gave him a searching look. Your magic continues to mature at an accelerated rate, Harry. Far faster than I've seen in any child your age. Is that bad? Harry asked, suddenly worried. Not bad, Rowena assured him. But unusual. I've been researching possible explanations. She hesitated, then continued carefully. One theory involves temporal displacement. When a magical being travels through time, their magic sometimes accelerates to compensate for the displacement. As if trying to reach the level it would have naturally achieved in their original timeline. Harry considered this. So my magic is growing faster because it's trying to catch up to what it would be if I were still in my own time. Precisely. It's just a theory, but it would explain your remarkable progress. This idea both excited and troubled Harry. On one hand, growing magical strength could only help against threats like Morrigan. On the other hand, it reinforced the abnormality of his situation, his fundamental displacement from where he should be. 3 days before the solstice, Harry was working with Helga in her medicinal garden when he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his scar, the lightning-shaped mark that had been on his forehead for as long as he could remember. He gasped, pressing his hand against the burning sensation. Helga turned immediately, concern etched on her kind face. Harry. What's wrong? My scar, he managed through gritted teeth. It hurts. Helga knelt beside him, gently moving his hand to examine the mark. It's inflamed, she observed with surprise. Has this happened before? Not like this, Harry admitted. In truth, his scar occasionally tingled or ached mildly, but he'd never mentioned it, assuming it was normal for old injuries. Helga guided him to a stone bench in the shade. When did you get this scar, Harry? It has magical properties I've never seen in an ordinary injury. Harry hesitated. The founders knew he was from the future but had never pressed him for details about his life there. He'd told them about the Dursleys' mistreatment but little else about his background. I've had it since I was a baby, he said carefully. My aunt said I got it in the accident that killed my parents, but... But you suspect otherwise, Helga concluded shrewdly. Harry nodded. I've overheard things. My parents were magical. They were murdered by a dark wizard. I think the scar came from that night. Helga's expression grew grave. A magical injury from a dark attack, that would explain the residual energy I sense. She placed her palm over the scar without touching it. "There's something inside this mark, Harry. Something foreign." Before she could elaborate, the pain intensified suddenly. Harry cried out, images flashing through his mind, a castle on a rocky cliff, groups of dark-robed figures, and at the center, Morrigan performing some kind of ritual over a large stone basin. As abruptly as it had come, the vision and pain vanished, leaving Harry gasping. "What happened?" Helga asked urgently. "Harry, what did you see?" "Morrigan," he whispered. "I saw her. She's preparing something, a ritual. There was a castle on a cliff by the sea." Helga's eyes widened. "That sounds like Morgana's description of Morrigan's stronghold in Ireland." She helped Harry to his feet. "We must tell the others immediately." The founders gathered in their private chamber, listening intently as Harry described his vision. "A direct magical connection," Rowena mused when he finished. "Fascinating and disturbing. But how is it possible?" Godric demanded. "For Harry to see Morrigan's activities from such distance." "The scar," Salazar said, eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. "It's a magical conduit of some kind. Perhaps activated by Morrigan's increasing power as the solstice approaches. Or by Harry's own developing abilities," Helga suggested. "His magic has been growing stronger by the day." "Whatever the cause," Godric declared practically, "this gives us valuable intelligence. Harry's vision confirms Morrigan is planning something for the solstice. But changes our understanding of her target," Rowena pointed out. "If she's conducting the ritual at her own stronghold rather than attacking Hogwarts directly." "A diversion," Salazar concluded grimly. "The threat of attack keeps us focused on defense while she completes her true objective elsewhere." "We must inform the council," Helga insisted. "Not yet," Salazar cautioned. "Until we understand the nature of Harry's connection to Morrigan, we should keep this development private." "Private?" Godric looked incredulous. "This could affect the entire defense strategy. And if word spreads that Harry can somehow see into Morrigan's activities?" Salazar countered. "How long before someone questions exactly what makes him so special? How long before our cover story unravels?" The founders continued debating while Harry sat quietly, the echo of his vision still vivid in his mind. There had been something familiar about the dark magic Morrigan was preparing, something that resonated with his scar in a way he couldn't explain. "I think," he said suddenly, interrupting the founder's argument, "she knows I can see her. I think she wanted me to see." Four pairs of eyes turned to him in surprise. "What makes you say that?" Rowena asked carefully. "She looked up at one point, looked directly at me, like she could sense I was watching." Harry shivered at the memory of Morrigan's piercing gaze. "And she smiled." This revelation shifted the founders' discussion entirely. If Morrigan had deliberately shown Harry her preparations, what was she trying to accomplish? Was it a trap? A distraction? Or something else entirely? "We need more information," Rowena decided finally. "Harry, if you have another vision, any connection to Morrigan at all, you must tell us immediately. And in the meantime," Godric added, "I believe we should accelerate our contingency plans. If Morrigan has found a way to form a magical connection with Harry, she may attempt to use it against him, or against Hogwarts." For the next 2 days, Harry was never left alone. The founders took turns staying with him constantly, monitoring for any further visions or pain from his scar. They also began teaching him rudimentary occlumency, mental defenses against magical intrusion. "Clear your mind," Salazar instructed during one such lesson. "Imagine your thoughts as a still pool. Any disturbance, any intrusion, creates ripples you can detect and block." Harry tried his best, but found it difficult to maintain mental stillness. His thoughts kept returning to the vision of Morrigan and the strange familiarity of her dark magic. The night before the solstice, Harry was staying in Godric's quarters when another, more powerful vision struck. This time, the pain in his scar was so severe that he collapsed, barely aware of Godric catching him before he hit the floor. The vision was clearer than before, Morrigan standing before a completed ritual circle, surrounded by dark-robed figures. In the center of the circle was a large hourglass similar to Harry's time turner but scaled up to human size. As Harry watched, Morrigan began an incantation in a language he didn't recognize, but somehow understood. Time bends to will. The air returns to serve, blood calls to blood across the void. With a tremendous effort, Harry pulled himself out of the vision, becoming aware of Godric's worried face hovering over him. "Harry! Can you hear me?" "She's doing it tonight," Harry gasped, struggling to sit up. "Not tomorrow, tonight. She's trying to pull something through time." Godric helped him to a chair. "Are you certain? The solstice isn't until tomorrow. She said something about the eve being stronger than the day for what she's attempting." Harry pressed his palm against his burning scar. "We have to stop her." "I'll summon the others," Godric decided, casting his Patronus messenger. "Stay here and rest." While waiting for the other founders, Harry tried to make sense of what he'd seen. Morrigan's ritual clearly involved time magic, the giant hourglass confirmed that. But what was she trying to accomplish? Who or what was she attempting to pull through time? Within minutes, all four founders had assembled in Godric's quarters, listening gravely as Harry described his latest vision. "If she's attempting time manipulation on the solstice eve," Rowena said when he finished, "we have only hours to respond." "We can't possibly mobilize the Council's forces in time," Helga pointed out practically. "Nor should we try," Salazar added. "This vision could still be a trap, designed to draw our defenses away from Hogwarts." "So we do nothing?" Godric demanded incredulously. "Not nothing," Rowena corrected. "We divide our resources. Godric and I will take a small team to investigate Morrigan's stronghold. Salazar and Helga will remain here with Harry and maintain Hogwarts' defenses." "I should go with you," Harry insisted. "I've seen the location. I could help you find it." "Absolutely not," all four founders said in unison. "Your safety is paramount," Helga added more gently. "Especially if Morrigan's ritual somehow targets you specifically." Despite Harry's continued protests, the plan was set in motion. Godric summoned several trusted battle mages who had been stationed at Hogwarts since the council meeting. Rowena prepared specialized detection artifacts to analyze Morrigan's ritual from a safe distance. As they prepared to depart, Harry approached Godric, determined to make one last attempt. "Please let me help," he said earnestly. "My scar connects me to what she's doing somehow. I might be able to sense things you can't." Godric knelt to look Harry in the eye. "Your courage does you credit, Harry. But this is not your battle to fight, not yet." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Promise me you'll stay with Salazar and Helga. Promise you'll stay safe." Reluctantly, Harry nodded. "I promise." As Godric and Rowena departed with their small team, an uneasy quiet settled over Hogwarts. Salazar intensified the castle's defensive wards while Helga prepared the hospital wing for potential casualties. Harry, instructed to stay in the Founder's secure chamber, paced restlessly. His scar continued to prickle uncomfortably, though no more visions came. Something felt wrong about the situation, a nagging sense that they were missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. "You're going to wear a trench in the floor," Salazar observed dryly, entering the chamber with a steaming potion. "Drink this. It will help with the pain." Harry accepted the potion, which tasted surprisingly pleasant, like mint and honey. "Has there been any word from Godric and Rowena?" "Not yet. Their journey will take several hours, even with magical transportation." "What if it's a trap?" Harry voiced his growing concern. "What if Morrigan wanted to separate us?" Salazar's expression revealed nothing. "That possibility has been considered. But you let them go anyway." "Sometimes the best way to spring a trap is to appear to fall into it," Salazar replied enigmatically. Godric and Rowena are far from defenseless. The potion began to take effect, dulling the pain in Harry's scar and bringing a pleasant warmth that spread through his limbs. He sat down, suddenly feeling drowsy. "You should rest," Salazar suggested, his voice seeming to come from far away. "Conserve your strength for whatever comes." Harry meant to protest, to insist on staying alert, but the potion's effect was too powerful. His eyelids grew heavy, and despite his best efforts, he drifted into sleep. He dreamed of the time-turner, his time-turner, spinning endlessly, its light growing brighter and brighter until it engulfed everything. Within the light, he sensed a presence reaching for him across vast distances of time and space. "Blood calls to blood," a voice whispered. "The heir returns." Harry woke with a start, heart pounding. The chamber was dark except for a single torch, and he was alone. How long had he slept? Where were Salazar and Helga? His scar burned fiercely, and with the pain came certainty, something was very wrong. Harry grabbed his wand and moved cautiously to the chamber door. He pressed his ear against it but heard nothing. Carefully, he eased it open and peered into the corridor beyond. Empty. No sign of the founders or anyone else. Remembering his training, Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself. The spell wasn't perfect, at his age and skill level, it rendered him more blurry than invisible, but it was better than nothing. He made his way through the silent castle, alert for any sign of trouble. The summer night was unnaturally still, no breeze, no sounds of nocturnal creatures, as if the world were holding its breath. As Harry approached the entrance hall, he heard voices, urgent, hushed conversation. He moved closer, staying in the shadows. Completely blocked, came Helga's voice, tense with worry. "None of our messages are getting through. Magical interference on this scale suggests Morrigan's ritual is already affecting the surrounding area," replied Salazar. "We must assume Godric and Rowena are unable to return. And the castle sensors? Detecting increasing magical anomalies at the perimeter. The wards hold, but something is testing them systematically." Harry crept closer, trying to see Helga and Salazar without revealing himself. They stood near the great doors, both looking grim and battle-ready. Several other witches and wizards Harry recognized as Hogwarts staff were positioned strategically around the entrance hall, wands at the ready. "What of Harry?" Helga asked more quietly. "Sleeping securely," Salazar replied. "The potion should keep him unconscious until morning, well past the critical period." Harry winced guiltily. He should still be asleep, not eavesdropping. But his instincts told him he needed to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a magical alarm sounded, a high, clear note that reverberated through the castle. Everyone tensed, raising their wands toward the doors. "Perimeter breach," Salazar announced, his voice calm but his posture alert. "South Tower Quadrant." "That's impossible," one of the staff wizards protested. "The South Tower has the strongest wards." "Unless those wards were sabotaged from within," came a new voice, female, melodious, and chillingly familiar. Harry pressed himself against the wall as Lady Morgana stepped from the shadows on the far side of the hall. She no longer wore the elegant council robes, but battle attire of dragon hide and spelled silk. Her golden eyes seemed to glow in the torchlight. "Morgana," Salazar's voice dropped to a dangerous register. "What have you done?" "What was necessary," she replied calmly. "Morrigan is my sister, Salazar. Did you truly think I would stand against my own blood?" Helga gasped. "You've been her spy all along." "The council information was exactly what my sister wished you to have," Morgana confirmed with a slight smile. "Enough truth to be believable, enough falsehood to be useful." The solstice attack, Salazar realized. A diversion to separate us from Godric and Rowena. "And to isolate the boy," Morgana added. "Where is young Harry?" "My sister is most eager to meet him properly." "Far beyond your reach," Helga declared firmly. Morgana laughed, a sound like silver bells that somehow raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. Nothing is beyond our reach tonight. The stars align, the ritual circle is complete, and time itself bends to our will. As if summoned by her words, the great doors of Hogwarts began to creak open, though no one stood near them. Cold mist rolled into the entrance hall, and within it, shadowy figures took shape. "Defend the castle," Salazar commanded, casting the first spell, a blinding flash of silver light that temporarily illuminated the encroaching mist. The battle erupted instantly. Spells flew in all directions as Morrigan's forces poured through the doors and Morgana attacked from within. Harry pressed himself into an alcove, desperately trying to remain hidden while maintaining his disillusionment charm. Through the chaos, he caught glimpses of Salazar and Helga fighting back-to-back, their magic perfectly coordinated despite their different styles. Salazar's spells were precise and lethal, Helga's created barriers and healing fields that protected their allies while restricting enemy movement. But they were outnumbered. Morrigan's forces kept coming, and Morgana's presence complicated the defense. The traitorous witch seemed to anticipate Salazar's strategies, countering them before they fully developed. Harry knew he should retreat, find a secure location and activate his emergency port key as instructed. But he couldn't abandon the Founders, not when they were fighting to protect him and Hogwarts. Making a split-second decision, Harry aimed his wand at a suit of armor near Morgana and whispered a spell Godric had taught him. Animo Ferrum. The armor sprang to life, its metal limbs wrapping around Morgana from behind. She cried out in surprise, her concentration broken long enough for Salazar to capitalize with a binding spell that further restricted her movements. "Find the boy," she shouted to Morrigan's forces. "He's here somewhere, I can sense his magic." Harry realized his spell had given away his presence. As several dark-robed figures turned in his direction, he abandoned his hiding place and ran for the grand staircase. "Harry!" Helga called, spotting his partially disillusioned form. "The port key. Use it now." But Harry had already decided he wouldn't flee. Instead, he raced up the stairs, deliberately drawing several of Morrigan's followers away from the main battle. If he could reduce the pressure on Salazar and Helga, maybe they could turn the tide. He led his pursuers on a frantic chase through Hogwarts' upper floors, using every trick the Founders had taught him. He created false trails with minor illusion spells, blocked corridors with transfigured barriers, and set up simple but effective traps using animation charms on suits of armor and statues. After separating his pursuers, Harry managed to stun two of them with surprise attacks from hidden alcoves. The third, more cautious, nearly caught him, but a timely Parseltongue spell, one of Salazar's special teachings, sent the dark wizard crashing through a false wall into an unused storage room. Heart pounding, Harry paused to catch his breath in a hidden passage behind a tapestry. He had bought some time, but what next? He needed to get back to Salazar and Helga, to help them against the main force. Just as he was about to emerge from his hiding place, a cold voice froze him in place. Clever little time walker. But not clever enough. Morrigan herself stood at the end of the passage, her dark robes swirling with an unnatural wind. Up close, she was both beautiful and terrifying, her features perfect but her eyes empty of anything resembling human warmth. Harry raised his wand, though he knew he was hopelessly outmatched. "Stay back." Morrigan smiled, the expression never reaching her eyes. "Such courage. I see why Godric favors you." She took a step forward. "I've waited months for this moment, child. Ever since I first sensed your temporal displacement. What do you want from me?" Harry demanded, trying to keep his voice steady. "What belongs to me by right," Morrigan replied simply. "The power of the Time Walker. The blood of the air." She raised her hand, and Harry felt his wand suddenly grow hot in his grip. Before he could react, it flew from his fingers into Morrigan's waiting palm. Salazar's craftsmanship, she observed, examining the wand. With elements from all four Founders. How sentimental. Harry backed away, desperately searching for an escape route. His hand found the emergency port key beneath his robes, but before he could activate it, Morrigan made another gesture. Tempus immobilis. Everything slowed. Harry felt as if he were moving through thick honey, his limbs responding sluggishly to his commands. The port key in his hand seemed frozen, unresponsive to his touch. Time magic, Morrigan explained casually, approaching him with unhurried steps. My specialty, as you might have guessed. Useful for dealing with time travelers. She reached out and touched his scar with one cold finger. Pain exploded through Harry's head, worse than anything he'd felt before. Through the agony, images flashed in his mind, a green light, a high laugh, and a pair of red, snake-like eyes. Interesting, Morrigan murmured. You carry another's mark. Another power has claimed you before me. She frowned slightly. No matter. Blood transcends such bindings. Fighting through the temporal spell and the pain, Harry managed to gasp, what? Blood? My blood, Morrigan said simply. Or rather, the blood of my line, which flows in your veins 1,000 years hence. Despite his situation, Harry felt a cold shock of understanding. You're my ancestor. Morrigan's smile widened. Now you begin to comprehend. The prophecy speaks truth, you are the time-turned heir. My heir, returning from the future to fulfill a cycle begun before your birth. No, Harry protested weakly. You're lying. Am I? Ask your precious Salazar about his studies of your magical signature. He found resonances with all 4 founders, yes, but the strongest by far was with my bloodline, which intertwined with Slytherin's centuries after my time. Harry remembered Salazar's revelation about his magical connections to the founders' bloodlines, how the pattern had shown multiple resonances. Had Salazar recognized Morrigan's bloodline but kept it from him? Even if that's true, Harry managed, fighting against the slowing spell, I'll never help you. Your help is not required, Morrigan informed him coldly. Only your presence. The ritual requires the blood of my most distant descendant, the end point of my line, to open the temporal gateway. Gateway to what? To everything, Morrigan replied, her eyes gleaming with fanatic intensity. To all of time itself. Imagine it, child, the power to step into any moment of history, to reshape events according to my will. To rule not just the present, but the past and future as well. She reached out and grasped Harry's arm with surprising strength. The solstice peaks at midnight. We have a ritual to complete. Harry struggled, but the temporal spell made his movements painfully slow. He could only watch helplessly as Morrigan produced a small object from her robes, a miniature version of the giant hourglass from his vision. Your time-turner led you to the founders, Morrigan said, holding the device near Harry's face. Mine will lead us both to true power. She activated the device, and Harry felt the familiar yet magnified sensation of temporal displacement, the violent tug behind his navel, the swirl of colors and sounds. But unlike his first accidental journey, this one felt wrong, painful and forced, as if he were being dragged sideways through reality itself. When the spinning stopped, they stood in a torchlit chamber with stone walls and a high, vaulted ceiling. In the center was the ritual circle Harry had seen in his visions, the giant hourglass now pulsing with blue-green energy. Dark-robed figures surrounded the circle, chanting in the same ancient language Morrigan had used. Among them, Harry spotted Morgana, somehow having escaped Hogwarts ahead of them. Sister, Morgana greeted with a respectful nod. You have the boy. Excellent. The founders? Morrigan inquired. Occupied with our diversionary force, Morgana reported with a satisfied smile. By the time they realize the boy is gone, our work will be complete. Morrigan dragged Harry toward the circle. Despite the temporal spell's effects wearing off, he found his strength no match for her magically enhanced grip. The knife, Morrigan commanded. One of the robed figures approached, bearing a silver dagger with runes carved along its blade. Harry renewed his struggles, genuine fear now overtaking his determination. Please, he tried, appealing to whatever humanity might remain in Morrigan. You don't have to do this. But I do, she replied, taking the knife. It was ordained long before you were born, child. Before I was born, even. Time is a circle, and tonight we complete it. She forced Harry to kneel beside the giant hourglass and pressed the blade against his palm. Only a few drops, she assured him with a cold smile. I need you alive for what comes next. Before she could cut him, a massive explosion shook the chamber. Part of the ceiling collapsed, and through the gap poured blinding silver light. Morrigan. Godric's voice boomed, magnified by magic. Release the boy. Harry looked up to see Godric and Rowena hovering above the chamber, surrounded by a cadre of battle mages. Hope surged through him. Chaos erupted as spells rained down from above. Morrigan's followers scattered, some returning fire while others maintained the chanting, trying to complete the ritual. In the confusion, Harry wrenched himself free from Morrigan's grip and rolled away from the hourglass. He scrambled toward the edge of the ritual circle, but Morgana intercepted him. Not so fast, little heir, she hissed, grabbing his arm. Harry reacted instinctively, channeling his magic the way Salazar had taught him. A burst of wandless energy erupted from him, throwing Morgana backward into the circle's edge. Above, Godric and Rowena were systematically disabling Morrigan's defenses, working in perfect tandem. Godric's offensive spells created openings that Rowena exploited with precision strikes against the ritual structure. Morrigan, seeing her plan collapsing, abandoned all pretense of control. With a scream of rage, she plunged the ritual dagger into the base of the giant hourglass. If I cannot command time, she shrieked, then none shall. Let chaos reign. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The hourglass cracked, releasing the temporal energy it had been containing. Waves of blue-green light pulsed outward, distorting reality wherever they touched. Objects aged to dust or reverted to raw materials. Followers caught in the waves experienced horrifying transformations, aging decades in seconds or regressing to childhood. Harry. Rowena called, diving toward him through the chaos. Take my hand. He reached for her, but another temporal wave hit, momentarily separating them across seconds of distorted time. At the center of the maelstrom, Morrigan raised her arms, embracing the destructive forces she had unleashed. The gateway opens. Time fractures. The chamber began to collapse as reality itself buckled under the strain of temporal disruption. Harry found himself dodging falling debris while trying to reach Rowena, who kept appearing and disappearing as time fluctuated around them. Through a gap in the chaos, Harry spotted his time turner, his original time turner, hanging from Morrigan's belt. Understanding hit him like a thunderbolt. The small device was the key, the focus point for all this temporal energy. Making a desperate decision, Harry charged toward Morrigan, diving past her defenses as she concentrated on controlling the expanding temporal storm. With one swift motion, he grabbed the time turner from her belt. No! Morrigan screamed, realizing what he had taken. She reached for him, but another reality fluctuation hit, momentarily shifting her seconds out of sync with Harry. The time turner glowed in Harry's hand, resonating with the energy from the shattered hourglass. Instinctively, he knew what to do. Time returns to time, he shouted, using the Parseltongue phrase Salazar had taught him for stabilizing temporal magic. He thrust the time turner into the heart of the fracturing hourglass. The two temporal foci connected, creating a feedback loop of energy. The chaotic waves began to coalesce, drawn back toward the center of the ritual. What have you done? Morrigan gasped, horror replacing rage on her face. Close the circle, Harry replied, backing away from the intensifying energy vortex. The temporal energy contracted, focusing tighter and tighter on Morrigan and the ritual circle. With a sound like reality itself tearing, a blinding flash engulfed the chamber's center. When it cleared, Morrigan, the hourglass, and the ritual circle had vanished, seemingly erased from existence. Harry stood in stunned silence, his time-turner now inert in his palm. The chamber continued to crumble around him. Strong arms wrapped around him, and he looked up to see Godric lifting him clear of the collapsing ritual site. They soared upward through the breach in the ceiling, joining Rowena and the remaining battle mages in the night sky above. "You did it," Godric said, his voice a mixture of pride and disbelief. "You closed the temporal breach." "Morrigan?" Harry asked weakly. "Gone," Rowena confirmed, flying alongside them. Trapped in the collapse of her own temporal magic. A fitting end. "And Morgana?" Godric's expression darkened. "Escaped in the confusion. But without Morrigan's power backing her, she'll be a lesser threat." As they flew away from the disintegrating castle on the cliff, Harry felt his strength fading. The magical exertion, the temporal distortions, and the emotional toll combined to overwhelm his young body. "Rest now," Rowena said gently, noticing his drooping eyelids. "You've earned it." Harry's last thought before unconsciousness claimed him was a quiet amazement. He, Harry Potter, had faced a dark witch and somehow survived. Again, if his fragments of knowledge about his parents' murderer were correct. Perhaps there was something to this time-turned-heir business after all. Harry woke in his familiar bed in Helga's cottage, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment, he wondered if the entire ordeal had been a dream, Morrigan's attack, the ritual, the temporal collapse. Then he noticed the bandage around his palm where Morrigan had pressed the ritual dagger, and knew it had all been real. He sat up cautiously, relieved to find his body responding normally after the temporal distortions he'd experienced. On the bedside table lay his time-turner, now dormant, its glass bulbs empty of sand. The door opened, and all four founders entered, their faces lighting up when they saw him awake. "Harry!" Helga rushed to his side, immediately checking his temperature and pulse with practiced motions. "How do you feel?" "Tired," he admitted. "But okay. What happened after I passed out?" "We returned to Hogwarts to find Salazar and Helga had successfully repelled the diversionary attack," Rowena explained. "Morrigan's followers scattered once they realized their leader had been defeated." "And Morrigan herself?" Harry asked hesitantly. The founders exchanged glances. "Gone," Salazar confirmed. "What you did with the time-turner, connecting it to her fractured hourglass, created what we're calling a temporal sink. It collapsed in on itself, taking Morrigan with it." "She's been erased from time?" Harry asked, trying to understand. "Not erased," Rowena corrected. "More like, contained. Trapped in a pocket of collapsed time outside the normal flow. She exists, but can no longer affect our reality." Harry glanced at his now empty time-turner. "And this? Why is it dead?" "It gave its power to seal the breach," Helga explained gently. "The sands of time it contained were the perfect counterbalance to Morrigan's chaotic temporal energy." "So I can't go back," Harry said softly, surprised at how little disappointment he felt. "I can't return to my own time." Again, the founders exchanged significant looks. "Actually," Godric began carefully, "that's not entirely true." Salazar stepped forward. "The time-turner was never your only way home, Harry. It was merely the method that brought you here." "I don't understand." "Time magic," Rowena explained, "operates on principles of symmetry and balance. For every journey backward, there must be an equal journey forward. The universe itself demands this equilibrium." "What my overly academic colleagues are trying to say," Godric interrupted with characteristic bluntness, "is that we always knew you would return to your time eventually. We just needed to discover the proper method, one that wouldn't damage the timeline or harm you in the process." Harry looked between them, confused and a little hurt. "You knew all along I'd have to go back. Even when I told you I wanted to stay?" Helga sat beside him, taking his hand gently. "We knew it was inevitable, Harry. Not because we wanted to send you away, but because time itself would demand the correction of your displacement. But we've had nearly a year to prepare, Salazar added. To ensure that when you do return, you'll be equipped to face whatever awaits you there. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about returning to their neglect and cruelty after experiencing the Founder's care and guidance. His heart sank. When? He asked simply. Not immediately, Rowena assured him. Morrigan's temporal manipulations have actually created a period of stability. We estimate you have several more months with us before temporal pressure builds enough to necessitate your return. And we intend to make the most of that time, Godric declared firmly. Your education will continue, more intensively than ever. Harry felt a mixture of emotions, relief at not being sent away immediately, sadness at the inevitability of his departure, but also a growing curiosity about Morrigan's final revelation. She said I was her descendant, he blurted suddenly. Morrigan claimed I had her blood. Is that true? The Founder's expressions confirmed it before they spoke. It appears so, Salazar admitted reluctantly. My analysis of your magical signature showed strong resonance with Morrigan's bloodline, which, over centuries, intermingled with the Founder's lines. Why didn't you tell me? We were unsure how the knowledge would affect you, Helga explained gently. And we feared Morrigan would use that connection to manipulate you, which she attempted to do. Does this mean I'm dark? Like her? Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. Absolutely not, Godric stated firmly. Blood is merely blood, Harry. Your choices define you, not your ancestry. Besides, Rowena added with a rare smile, by that logic, you should be equally concerned about being related to this stubborn oaf. She jerked her thumb toward Godric, who pretended outrage. Harry couldn't help smiling at their banter. So I'm related to all of you? Somehow. Over 1,000 years, magical bloodlines become remarkably intertwined, Salazar confirmed. The strongest resonances in your magic are with myself and Godric, with lesser connections to Rowena and Helga. And yes, to Morrigan as well, Helga added gently. But that connection gave you the strength to resist and ultimately defeat her. Your shared blood made you immune to the worst effects of her temporal magic. This new understanding of his heritage gave Harry much to think about. Far from being, just Harry, the unwanted orphan the Dursleys had always treated him as, he carried the legacy of the greatest witches and wizards in history. So what happens now? He asked, looking at each Founder in turn. Now, Godric declared, we prepare you for your return. We've already begun creating artifacts and knowledge repositories you'll be able to access in your own time. I'm designing a special vault at Gringotts, Rowena explained. Time-locked to open only when you reach a certain age in your future. I'm preparing a compendium of healing knowledge, Helga added. Preserved with charms to ensure it survives the centuries. And I, Salazar said with uncharacteristic warmth, am creating something special in the chamber. A legacy specifically for you, when you're ready to claim it. Harry felt overwhelmed by their dedication to his future welfare. Thank you, he whispered, eyes filling with tears. For everything. Thank us by living well when you return, Godric said gruffly, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional moment. And by remembering what we've taught you. In the days that followed, Harry's recovery was swift, another benefit of his accelerated magical development. Soon he was back to his training schedule, though with some modifications to account for his new understanding of temporal magic. Rowena in particular focused on teaching him to recognize and navigate temporal anomalies. After experiencing such significant temporal distortion, she explained, your magic will be more sensitive to similar phenomena. This could be either a vulnerability or a strength, depending on how well you understand it. Salazar's lessons took on a more personal dimension as he helped Harry explore the implications of his complex magical heritage. Blood magic is neither inherently dark nor light, he instructed during one such session. It simply is, one of the most fundamental forms of magic. Your connection to multiple magical bloodlines gives you access to abilities most wizards can only dream of. Like Parseltongue. Harry asked. Parseltongue is merely the most obvious manifestation, Salazar confirmed. There will be others as you mature. The key is to remain balanced, to draw upon all aspects of your heritage rather than favoring one over others. Godric focused on practical applications of Harry's growing abilities, particularly in defensive situations. The next time you face a dark witch or wizard, he declared with disturbing certainty, you'll be better prepared. Next time? Harry questioned. You think I'll face someone like Morrigan again? Godric's expression grew serious. The prophecy called you the time-turned heir for a reason, Harry. Great power, whether inherited or earned, often attracts those who would oppose it. I suspect your battles are far from over. Helga, as always, emphasized the emotional and healing aspects of magic. Under her guidance, Harry learned to process the trauma of his encounter with Morrigan and to channel those experiences into stronger protective magic. Pain can become power when properly understood, she taught him. Not in the dark way that Morrigan embraced, but as a source of empathy and connection to others. 3 months after Morrigan's defeat, as autumn painted the Hogwarts grounds in gold and crimson, Rowena announced that temporal pressure was beginning to build around Harry. The universe seeks balance, she explained during a private meeting with all 4 founders and Harry. Your presence here, a millennium before your birth, creates increasing strain on the fabric of time. Eventually, that pressure will force a correction. How long? Harry asked, his stomach tightening. Weeks, not months, Rowena replied gently. Perhaps less. Godric cleared his throat. Which brings us to an important decision. We've developed 2 possible methods for your return journey. The first, Salazar continued, is passive. We simply allow the temporal pressure to build until it naturally returns you to your origin point, the exact moment you left the Dursley's attic. The second, Rowena explained, is active. We conduct a ritual to direct and control your return, potentially allowing us to send you to a slightly different moment, perhaps after your encounter with your uncle, sparing you that particular unpleasantness. However, Helga cautioned, the active method carries greater risk of timeline disruption. Small changes can cascade into significant alterations of future events. Harry thought carefully about the options. If I return to the exact moment I left, will I remember everything? All my time with you, all I've learned. The founders nodded. You'll retain all memories and magical knowledge, Salazar confirmed. Though your physical body will revert to its 7-year-old form, your magical core will maintain much of the development it's achieved here. And what about my wand? My gifts from you? Will they come with me? That's complicated, Rowena admitted. Physical objects are difficult to transport through time. However, we've developed methods to ensure certain items will be available to you in your time, though perhaps not immediately upon your return. Harry made his decision. I want to go back to the exact moment I left. I don't want to risk changing anything. He took a deep breath. If I have to go back to the Dursleys, I'll face it with everything you've taught me. The founders nodded approvingly. A wise choice, Rowena said. Minimizing timeline disruption is the safest approach. We'll begin preparations for your departure, Salazar declared. Though the exact moment will be determined by the temporal pressure itself. The following weeks took on a bittersweet quality as Harry treasured his remaining time with the founders. Each lesson now felt precious, each conversation something to be memorized and carried forward. The founders, too, seemed to feel the impending separation. Godric became almost sentimental, telling more stories of his adventures and making sure Harry could perform every defensive spell perfectly. Rowena shared deeper magical theories than before, entrusting Harry with knowledge she normally reserved for advanced scholars. Helga spent extra time ensuring Harry understood healing charms that might sustain him in difficult situations. Salazar, most surprisingly, became more open about his own background and beliefs, seemingly determined that Harry understand the nuance of his perspective rather than the simplified villain history would eventually paint him as. The rift between myself and the others that history records, he explained during one evening conversation, is more complex than a simple disagreement over Muggle-born students. Remember that, when you encounter the stories in your time. I will, Harry promised. I'll remember all of you as you really are, not as history describes you. 1 week before the winter solstice, almost exactly a year after Harry's arrival in the past, Rowena announced that the temporal pressure had reached critical levels. It will happen soon, she told Harry privately. Within days, if not hours. Are you prepared? Harry nodded, though his heart ached at the thought of leaving. As ready as I'll ever be. That evening, the founders gathered for a special feast in Harry's honor. The great hall was decorated as it had been for his first Yuletide at Hogwarts, with enchanted candles and evergreen boughs. During the meal, each founder presented Harry with a final gift, object specifically designed to survive his temporal journey. From Godric, a small golden snitch. Hollow inside, Godric explained with a wink. And enchanted to open only to your touch when you most need what it contains. From Rowena, a simple silver key. This will access your vault at Gringotts when you turn 11, she told him. The goblins have been well compensated to maintain it through the centuries. From Helga, a seed encased in clear crystal. Plant this on your 17th birthday, she instructed. It will grow into a tree bearing fruit with remarkable healing properties. From Salazar, a small emerald pendant shaped like a serpent. Wear this always, he said quietly. It contains protective enchantments specifically attuned to your blood. It will also guide you to my chamber when the time comes. Harry accepted each gift with increasing emotion, understanding the centuries of planning they represented. I don't know how to thank you, he said finally, looking around at these 4 extraordinary people who had become his family. Live well, Helga said simply. That is thanks enough. Remember what we've taught you, Rowena added. Stand firm against darkness, Godric declared. And forge your own path, Salazar finished. Regardless of what others expect of you. After the feast, Harry spent time alone with each founder, saying private farewells. With Helga, he walked through her winter garden, helping to harvest ingredients for potions he would never see completed. With Rowena, he gazed at the stars from the astronomy tower, discussing the constellations that would look the same 1,000 years in the future. With Godric, he practiced dueling one final time, earning a rare compliment on his form and speed. With Salazar, he visited the Chamber of Secrets, where the founders showed him hidden rooms and passages even the other founders didn't know existed. There are messages for you here, Salazar told him cryptically. When you return to your time and find your way back to this chamber, you'll discover them. That night, unable to sleep, Harry sat by the window in Godric's quarters, where he was staying for his final days, watching the moonlight on the lake. His packed bag contained the few possessions he could take, the gifts from the founders, some clothes, and the now dormant time turner. A soft knock at the door preceded Rowena's entrance. Her expression told Harry everything. It's time, he asked quietly. She nodded. The temporal pressure is peaking. We need to conduct the stabilizing ritual now to ensure you return precisely to your origin point. Harry took a deep breath and picked up his bag. I'm ready. The other founders were waiting in the great hall, which had been cleared of tables and decorated with an intricate ritual circle. Candles floated at strategic points, and in the center stood a familiar stone basin, the same one Salazar had used to analyze Harry's magical signature months before. The ritual is straightforward, Rowena explained as Harry approached. You'll stand in the center. We'll channel the building temporal energy, focusing it through your original time turner. When the pressure peaks, you'll be drawn back to your origin point. Will it hurt? Harry couldn't help asking. No more than your journey here, Helga assured him. Perhaps less, since we're working with the natural flow of time rather than against it. Harry nodded and moved to the center of the circle, clutching his bag tightly. The founders took positions at the 4 compass points around him. Remember everything we've taught you, Godric said firmly. Trust your instincts and your magic. The knowledge we've given you will emerge when needed, Rowena added. Even if some details fade with time. Your connection to us remains, regardless of the centuries between, Helga said, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Blood endures, Salazar finished simply. As does true magic. With that, they began the ritual, raising their wands in unison. Streams of colored light, red, blue, yellow, and green, flowed from the founders toward Harry, surrounding him in a swirling cocoon of magical energy. The dormant time-turner in Harry's hand began to glow, the empty glass bulb slowly filling with golden sand that appeared from nowhere. As the ritual intensified, Harry felt the familiar pulling sensation behind his navel, but stronger, more focused than before. We will find you in the future, Harry Potter, Rowena called over the building magical wind. In ways you cannot yet imagine. Look for our signs, Godric added. Our legacy awaits you. Trust yourself, Helga's voice seemed to come from far away now. Trust your heart. Remember who you truly are, Salazar's final words reached him as the temporal vortex began to swallow everything. Time turned heir of 4. The Great Hall, the Founders, and the 10th century dissolved into a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Harry felt himself spinning through the centuries, moments flashing past too quickly to comprehend. As suddenly as it began, the journey ended. Harry found himself sprawled on the dusty attic floor of 4, Privet Drive, the time-turner clutched in his hand and his uncle's angry face looming above him, frozen mid-shout. Time resumed its normal flow, and Vernon's interrupted sentence continued, teach you to respect other people's property. Harry blinked, disoriented by the abrupt transition. After nearly a year at Hogwarts, the cramped, dusty attic seemed surreal. Vernon's purple face, once so terrifying, now seemed almost comical compared to the threats Harry had faced. Vernon reached for him, but Harry rolled smoothly away, a defensive move Godric had drilled into him countless times. He pocketed the time-turner in one fluid motion. Sorry, Uncle Vernon, he said calmly, rising to his feet. I was just cleaning like you asked. Vernon faltered, clearly surprised by Harry's changed demeanor. The frightened, cowering boy he expected was gone, replaced by a child who stood straight and met his gaze without flinching. Well, see that you finish it properly, Vernon blustered, thrown off his usual script. And don't touch anything else. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied evenly. As his uncle descended the attic ladder, Harry allowed himself a small smile. He was back where he started, yet everything had changed. Inside his 7-year-old body now resided the knowledge, experience, and magical training of a student of the Founders themselves. He reached into his pocket, feeling the familiar shape of Salazar's serpent pendant. Somehow, it had made the journey with him. The other gifts were gone, presumably waiting for him to discover them in this time, as the Founders had arranged. Harry gazed around the dusty attic with new eyes, recognizing magical objects the Dursleys had unknowingly stored away, likely relics from his mother's side of the family. In time, he would explore them properly. For now, he had cleaning to finish, and a future to plan. The Dursleys' house was still his prison, but unlike before, he now possessed the keys to his eventual escape. Thank you, he whispered to the empty attic, his words meant for 4 remarkable teachers a millennium away. I won't forget. As if in response, a warm breeze ruffled his hair, impossible in the closed attic space. Harry smiled, recognizing the magical signature of his 4 mentors, echoing across time. The time-turned heir had returned, changed, empowered, and prepared for whatever awaited him in this modern world. Hogwarts would be there when he turned 11, but this time, he would arrive ready to claim his true legacy. Chapter 3, The Circle of Time. Harry woke up screaming. His nightmares were getting worse, fragments of possible futures colliding with memories of his time with the Founders. Tonight, he dreamed of Morrigan again, her cold eyes staring through him as she whispered about blood and destiny. Harry? Are you all right? Helena Ravenclaw poked her head through his doorway, her long dark hair tied back for sleep. Though only 15, Rowena's daughter had appointed herself Harry's unofficial guardian whenever he stayed in Ravenclaw Tower. "I'm fine," Harry mumbled, pushing sweat-soaked hair from his forehead. "Just dreams again." Helena entered and sat on the edge of his bed. "Mother says your dreams might be more than ordinary nightmares. That your connection to time itself causes echoes of what was or what might be." After nearly 3 years with the Founders, 10-year-old Harry had grown used to such discussions. His existence had become a fascinating magical study for Rowena, a tactical challenge for Godric, a nurturing project for Helga, and a bloodline mystery for Salazar. "Want to talk about it?" Helena asked, more sister than student now. Harry shrugged. "Same as always. Morrigan, time magic, doom and gloom." "Well, it's nearly dawn anyway." Helena stood and opened the curtains to reveal the pink-tinged sky. "Mother wants you in the casting circle after breakfast. Something about testing your affinity shifts." Harry groaned but nodded. The affinity shifts were Rowena's latest obsession, tracking how his magical core's resonance with each Founder's bloodline fluctuated over time. The tests were tedious but important, especially as the date for his eventual return to his own time approached. 3 years. He'd spent 3 years in the past now, growing from the frightened 7-year-old who arrived by accident into a talented young mage under the Founder's tutelage. His physical body had aged normally, but his magical development had far outpaced typical wizarding children. And in those 3 years, the Founders themselves had changed too. Hogwarts now stood completed, the first official students had begun arriving, and the tensions between Salazar and the others had grown increasingly difficult to navigate. After washing and dressing, Harry headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. The castle felt alive in a way it hadn't during his early days. Students and teachers moved through the corridors, paintings, though fewer and less talkative than in Harry's original time, observed from the walls, and the distinctive house system had begun to take shape. "Harry! Over here," called Elric, a 12-year-old student who had been sorted into what was now officially called Gryffindor House. Like many of the students, he regarded Harry with a mixture of awe and curiosity. The Founder's apprentice was something of a legend already. Harry joined Elric and several other students at the Gryffindor table. Though technically not sorted into any single house, Harry rotated through all 4, spending time with each Founder and their students. Today was a Ravenclaw day, according to the schedule, but meals were his own choice. "Is it true you're dueling Master Gryffindor today?" Elric asked eagerly. Harry nearly choked on his porridge. "What? No. Where'd you hear that?" "Everyone's talking about it," piped up Edith, a small girl with fierce eyes who reminded Harry a bit of Hermione Granger from his brief encounters in his original timeline. "They say it's a test to see if you're ready to become a true apprentice instead of just a ward." Harry shook his head, amused at how quickly rumors spread even in a school of only 40 students. "I'm just doing some magical affinity testing with Mistress Ravenclaw. Nothing exciting." The students looked disappointed, but quickly shifted to discussing their upcoming lessons. Harry ate quietly, listening to their chatter with a strange sense of detachment. Though physically closer to their age, his experiences set him apart. None of them had battled dark witches, traveled through time, or carried the burden of knowing they would eventually leave everything behind. After breakfast, Harry made his way to Rowena's testing chamber in the East Tower. The circular room was filled with delicate silver instruments that measured magical fluctuations, star charts mapping cosmic influences, and in the center, a familiar ritual circle inlaid with symbols of all 4 houses. Rowena was already there, making adjustments to what looked like a miniature orrery with glowing magical planets. "Ah, Harry. Right on time." She barely looked up from her work. "Helena mentioned you had another dream vision." Harry nodded. "Morrigan again." This caught her full attention. "The same scenario?" "Mostly. She was talking about blood bonds and temporal anchors. Said I couldn't escape the circle." Harry shrugged, trying to seem less bothered than he felt. "Usual cryptic dark witch stuff." Rowena studied him carefully. These recurring dreams trouble me. Even with Morrigan trapped in the temporal fold, her connection to you appears to persist. Another reason why today's testing is crucial. She guided Harry to the center of the ritual circle. Over the years, he'd grown used to this procedure, standing still while Rowena cast increasingly complex spells to analyze his magical signature. The difference today was the presence of 4 large crystals at the circle's cardinal points, each glowing with the color of its corresponding founder's magic. "We're measuring something new today?" Harry asked, eyeing the crystals. "Indeed. Your magical core has been showing increased stabilization over the past months. The wild fluctuations between founder affinities are settling into a more balanced configuration." Rowena positioned herself at the edge of the circle. "I believe you're approaching temporal resonance." Which means your magic is aligning with its destined state, the configuration it would naturally have in your original time period. Rowena began activating the crystals with precise wand movements. "This suggests the temporal pressure for your return journey may be building again." Harry's stomach tightened. The subject of his eventual return had been largely avoided for the past year, after Salazar discovered a method to temporarily relieve the temporal pressure surrounding Harry. The thought of leaving, of returning to the Dursleys, was still unbearable. "I thought Salazar's anchoring ritual solved that problem," he said carefully. "Delayed, not solved," Rowena corrected. "Time always seeks balance, Harry. You cannot remain here indefinitely." Her expression softened slightly. "But let's focus on the measurements first. Clear your mind as I've taught you." Harry closed his eyes and employed the occlumency technique Salazar had drilled into him, creating a still center within his consciousness. As Rowena began chanting in ancient Celtic, he felt the familiar sensation of his magic responding, like invisible tendrils reaching toward the 4 crystals simultaneously. The ritual lasted nearly an hour, with Rowena periodically adjusting the crystals and recording measurements in her enchanted ledger. When it finally ended, Harry opened his eyes to find not just Rowena, but all 4 founders standing around the circle. "Well?" Godric demanded impatiently. "What do the measurements show?" Rowena gave him a reproachful look. "Patience, Godric. Magical analysis isn't like swinging a sword, precision takes time." "The boy's core has stabilized significantly," Salazar observed, studying the glowing patterns that hovered above the ritual circle. "More balanced than I've ever seen it." "The Slytherin and Gryffindor affinities remain strongest," Rowena confirmed, "but no longer overshadow the others. Perfect quadrilateral harmony, in fact." Helga, who had remained quiet, stepped forward to help Harry from the circle. "How do you feel, dear one?" she asked, her kind eyes searching his face. "Tired," Harry admitted. "But, settled, somehow. Like my magic isn't pulling in different directions anymore." Helga nodded as if this confirmed something. "Your body and magic are preparing, then. The circle begins to close. What does this mean for the timeline?" Godric asked, addressing Rowena but watching Harry with poorly concealed concern. "It means," Salazar answered instead, "that my temporal anchoring will soon lose effectiveness. The natural pressure for his return is building beyond our ability to suppress." A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Though Harry had always known his time in the past was temporary, the reality of departure now loomed closer than ever. "How long?" he finally asked, voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. The founders exchanged glances before Rowena answered. 6 months, perhaps 8. Not longer." "I see." Harry straightened his shoulders, determined not to show how much the news affected him. "Then we should make the most of the time that remains." Godric clapped him on the shoulder with gruff approval. "Well said, lad. Beginning with your advanced combat training this afternoon. If you're to return to a future with dark wizards, you'll go with every advantage we can provide." The founders dispersed to their respective duties, leaving Harry alone with Helga, who studied him with her perceptive gaze. "You're putting on a brave face," she observed quietly. There's no shame in fearing change, Harry. I'm not afraid, he replied automatically, then sighed at her knowing look. Fine, maybe I am. But not of going back exactly. It's just, here, I have a purpose. I'm learning, growing. There, I'll be just a freak in a cupboard again. Helga's eyes flashed with rare anger. You will never be that again, Harry Potter. Not after what we've taught you. The Dursleys will have no power over the wizard you've become, she interrupted firmly. Remember, you'll return with your memories and much of your magical development intact. You won't be helpless. Harry nodded, somewhat comforted. I just wish. He trailed off, unsure how to express the tangle of emotions. That you could stay, Helga finished gently. We wish that too, dear one. But some journeys must be completed for the greater pattern to hold. She pulled him into a warm hug, and Harry allowed himself to be comforted. One of the many things he'd learned during his time with the Founders was that accepting care from others wasn't weakness. Now then, Helga said, returning to her practical self. You have an hour before Godric expects you for combat training. Shall we check on the growth of those healing crystals we planted last week? Harry smiled gratefully at the distraction. Lead the way. Godric's idea of advanced combat training turned out to be a practical gauntlet of magical challenges throughout the Hogwarts grounds. Harry spent the afternoon dodging enchanted obstacles, dueling animated practice dummies, and solving tactical puzzles that required both magical skill and quick thinking. Faster. Godric called as Harry navigated a corridor of swinging pendulums while maintaining a shield charm against incoming stinging hexes. A real enemy won't politely wait while you consider your options. Despite the grueling nature of the training, Harry found himself enjoying the challenge. 3 years under the Founders had transformed him physically and magically. Though still small for his age, a legacy of the Dursleys' neglect that even Helga's excellent nutrition couldn't fully overcome, he moved with the confident grace of someone extensively trained in magical combat. Good. Godric approved as Harry successfully completed the corridor challenge. Now, let's see how you handle multiple opponents. With a wave of his wand, Godric animated 3 practice dummies, each glowing with a different colored light. Red attacks with fire, blue with water, green with earth, Godric explained. Defeat them using only their opposing elements. Harry nodded, quickly assessing the challenge. Elemental magic had been a recent focus of his training, combining Godric's practical approach with Rowena's theoretical foundations. As the dummies advanced, he centered himself, feeling the magic flow through his core. The red dummy attacked first, sending a wave of magical fire toward Harry. Instead of a standard shield, Harry pulled moisture from the air, condensing it into a water whip that cut through the flames and struck the dummy with enough force to stagger it. Seeing the opening, the blue dummy launched a torrent of water. Harry transmuted the ground beneath it to soft sand, causing the dummy to sink while he redirected its water attack toward the recovering red dummy, extinguishing its fiery core. The green dummy proved wilier, controlling vines and roots that erupted from the ground to ensnare Harry. Using a technique Salazar had taught him, Harry channeled heat through his magic, creating controlled flames that burned away the plants without fully consuming them, a precise application of fire that respected the balance of elements. Within minutes, all 3 dummies lay defeated. Harry stood in the center of the training ground, breathing hard but grinning with satisfaction. Godric slow-clapped as he approached. Impressive use of elemental counters. Salazar's influence shows in your precision, though I'd have preferred a bit more direct approach on the green dummy. Direct isn't always efficient, Harry countered, repeating one of Salazar's favorite maxims. Godric laughed. Listen to you, sounding like that silver-tongued serpent lover. Next you'll be building secret chambers and muttering about blood purity. Though delivered lightly, the comment revealed the increasing tension between Godric and Salazar, a rift Harry had been watching with growing concern. Salazar doesn't actually care about blood purity the way people think, Harry said carefully. His concerns about Muggleborns are more practical, about secrecy and safety. Godric's expression darkened slightly. He's been filling your head with his perspectives, I see. I listen to all of you, Harry replied diplomatically. That's the point of being taught by 4 different masters, isn't it? To understand different approaches to magic and life. The founder studied Harry for a moment before his expression cleared. Well reasoned, lad. And a fair rebuke to my pettiness. He clasped Harry's shoulder. You've become quite the mediator among us. Perhaps that's another purpose for your presence here. Before Harry could respond, a silver Patronus in the form of a badger bounded into the training ground. Godric, Harry, came Helga's voice from the spectral creature, please come to the Founders Hall immediately. We have an urgent situation. Godric's expression turned serious. Come, lad. Helga doesn't use urgent lightly. They hurried through the castle to the Founders' private meeting chamber, a room Harry knew wasn't mentioned in any future history of Hogwarts he'd heard about. Hidden behind an enchanted tapestry on the 3rd floor, the circular chamber contained 4 ornate chairs representing each house, with a round table in the center. Helga and Rowena were already there, bent over a parchment covered in complex runic calculations. Salazar stood by the window, his expression even more forbidding than usual. What's happened? Godric demanded as they entered. Rowena looked up, her normally composed features tight with concern. We've detected a disruption in the temporal containment field holding Morrigan. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. She's escaping. Not yet, Salazar replied, turning from the window. But the containment is weakening. We believe it's connected to your approaching temporal resonance. As you align more completely with your proper timeline, Rowena explained, the temporal anomaly that helped create Morrigan's prison begins to resolve itself. The 2 events are linked. Linked how? Harry asked, although he feared he already knew the answer. Your presence here created a temporal anchor point, Rowena said. When you confronted Morrigan during her ritual and used your time turner to collapse her temporal gateway, that connection became part of her imprisonment. As you prepare to return to your time, the prison weakens, Harry finished. So either I stay here forever, threatening the timeline, or I go back and risk freeing Morrigan. The situation is not quite so binary, Salazar interjected. But it does require a solution more permanent than our current containment. Helga gestured to the parchment before her. We've been researching alternatives. Ways to permanently seal Morrigan's temporal prison before Harry's departure destabilizes it. And? Godric prompted. We need to create new anchors, Rowena explained. Powerful magical objects linked to each of us that can maintain the containment without relying on Harry's temporal displacement. What kind of objects? Harry asked. The Founders exchanged meaningful glances before Godric answered. Artifacts of significant power. Items that can channel and store our magical essences even after we're gone. Harry's eyes widened as understanding dawned. You're talking about creating your famous artifacts. The ones that survive to my time, Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket. Rowena nodded. We've long discussed creating legacy items, but this situation provides both urgency and purpose. These artifacts will serve as temporal anchors while also carrying our magical knowledge forward. But creating objects of such power requires rare materials and complex enchantments, Salazar added. Including some ingredients that will be challenging to obtain. Like what? Harry asked. Basilisk venom, freely given, Salazar replied. Unicorn hair harvested during a solar eclipse. Phoenix ash from a burning day. And blood from a time traveler. The last item hung in the air between them. Harry's blood, his connection to all 4 Founders' bloodlines and to Morrigan herself, would be a key component. My blood ties everything together, he realized aloud. That's why Morrigan wanted it for her ritual. Precisely, Rowena confirmed. Your blood carries temporal markers and genetic connections that span 1,000 years. It's uniquely suited for anchoring magic across time. Then take what you need, Harry said without hesitation. If it helps seal Morrigan away permanently and protects the timeline, I'm willing. Helga smiled warmly at him. We knew you would be, dear one. But the ritual is not without risk to you. Using your blood in such powerful artifacts creates a permanent magical connection, one that might affect you in your own time. What kind of effect? Difficult to predict precisely, Rowena admitted. But likely an enhanced attunement to our magical legacies. The artifacts might call to you, or respond uniquely to your touch. Could be useful, Godric suggested. Having special access to Founders' artifacts in the future. Or dangerous, Salazar countered, if others discover the connection and seek to exploit it. Harry considered this. After 3 years with the Founders, he'd learned to think through magical decisions carefully, weighing benefits against risks. I still want to do it, he decided. Better to have a connection to your artifacts than risk Morrigan breaking free. Then it's settled, Godric declared. We begin preparations immediately. Rowena, compile the arithmetic calculations for the enchantment sequences. Helga, prepare the ritual space and the blood extraction protocols. Salazar, I'll gather the specialized ingredients, the Slytherin founder finished smoothly. Some are already in my possession, others will require expeditions. And Harry will assist each of us in turn, Helga added. Since his participation is essential throughout the process. Thus began one of the most intense and educational periods of Harry's time with the Founders. Over the next several weeks, he worked alongside each of them to prepare components for their legendary artifacts. With Godric, he journeyed to a volcanic crater in Wales where they harvested metal for the sword from a vein of silver-infused iron that had been struck by lightning 7 times. Metal that has absorbed natural magic is far superior for enchanted weapons, Godric explained as they carefully extracted the glowing ore. It remembers the wild power of the elements. Harry helped forge the raw metal into a blade, learning ancient smithing charms that predated modern metalworking spells. The process was exhausting, requiring precise magical control to maintain the necessary temperatures and pressures. Not every wizard could manage this, Godric commented approvingly as Harry successfully cast a particularly difficult molding charm. Your raw power has grown impressively. 3 years of Rowena's magical theory and your practical drills, Harry replied with a tired smile. Hard to avoid improving. The completed blade, not yet enchanted but already possessing a subtle magical aura, was a thing of beauty, perfectly balanced, with a distinctive crossguard and a ruby-shaped setting at the pommel waiting for its gemstone. With Rowena, Harry spent long hours in her private workshop, helping to construct the intricate enchantment matrix for her diadem. The delicate silver circlet was designed to amplify cognitive magic, enhancing wisdom, creativity, and mental clarity. The true power of the diadem isn't simply intelligence, Rowena explained as they worked. Any enchantment could make someone temporarily cleverer. This artifact will help the wearer access their own deeper wisdom, the knowledge they possess but cannot readily access. Like memory enhancement? Harry asked, carefully etching microscopic runes along the diadem's inner band. More profound than mere memory, Rowena corrected. It facilitates connections between knowledge fragments, helping thoughts crystallize into insights. In the right mind, it can inspire true brilliance. The enchantment work was extraordinarily complex, requiring mathematical precision and flawless runic composition. Even with his accelerated magical education, Harry struggled to keep up with Rowena's advanced concepts. Your frustration is understandable, she said after he failed to properly align a particularly difficult enchantment sequence. Few adult wizards could manage this level of work. That you comprehend even half of it at your age is remarkable. I just don't want to make mistakes, Harry admitted. These artifacts need to last 1,000 years. Rowena's expression softened slightly, a rare occurrence. You won't be enchanting them alone, Harry. We're simply including you in the process so your magical signature becomes part of the foundation. With Helga, the work took a different form. Her cup, a beautifully crafted goblet of magically treated gold, required extensive infusion with essence of healing and abundance. My artifact must nurture and sustain, Helga explained as they worked in her special greenhouse. Not merely by holding liquid, but by imbuing anything it contains with restorative properties. Harry helped harvest rare magical plants and brew complex potions that would be absorbed into the metal itself. Unlike the technical precision required for Rowena's diadem or the raw power needed for Godric's sword, Helga's cup demanded emotional investment, the sincere intention to heal and nurture. Magic responds to genuine feeling, Helga instructed as they performed a blessing ritual over the cup. Particularly magic meant to sustain life. You cannot fake compassion in healing work. For Harry, who had experienced Helga's nurturing care for 3 years, channeling sincere healing intention came naturally. The cup seemed to glow more brightly when he directed his magic into it, responding to the genuine gratitude he felt toward her. You have a healer's heart beneath that warrior's training Godric's given you, Helga observed warmly. Don't lose that, no matter what battles lie in your future. Working with Salazar proved the most challenging, and not because of the magic involved. While the other founders operated openly, Salazar insisted on secrecy for much of his locket's creation. The magic I'm weaving has elements others might find questionable, he explained during one late-night session in his private laboratory. Not dark, but certainly not taught in conventional magical education. The locket itself was silver with emerald inlay, designed to open only to Parseltongue commands. Its interior contained a space expansion charm far beyond anything Harry had encountered before, a pocket dimension where Salazar was storing critical magical knowledge. Why hide your knowledge in the locket? Harry asked as they worked on the dimensional expansion. Wouldn't a book be more practical for preserving information? Books can be destroyed, mistranslated, or edited by future generations, Salazar replied. And certain kinds of magic are better transmitted directly, mind to mind. He tapped the locket. When completed, this will contain memory impressions, not unlike a pensieve, though far more selective in who can access them. Memories of what? Salazar's expression remained carefully neutral. Knowledge that might be lost otherwise. Magics the others consider too dangerous or controversial to teach openly. Like blood magic? Harry guessed, remembering previous conversations. Among others. Parcel magic certainly. Some forms of soul magic. Techniques for communing with magical creatures considered dark by narrow-minded wizards. Salazar glanced sideways at Harry. Knowledge that your blood connection might allow you to access, should you find the locket in your time. The implication hung between them. Salazar was creating a direct magical legacy specifically for Harry, bypassing centuries to provide knowledge directly to his temporal heir. The others don't know the full extent of what you're enchanting into the locket, do they? Harry asked quietly. They know enough, Salazar replied evasively. And you'll keep the rest between us. Some secrets are necessary, Harry, even among allies. These separate crafting processes continued for weeks, with Harry rotating between founders while still maintaining his regular studies and training. The work was exhausting but exhilarating, participating in the creation of artifacts that would become legendary in wizarding history. During a rare evening when Harry had no specific tasks assigned, he sought out Helena Ravenclaw, whose friendship had been somewhat neglected during the intensive artifact creation. He found her in the astronomy tower, charting star positions with the serious concentration that reminded him so much of her mother. Working late, he asked, joining her at the observation platform. Helena glanced up with a small smile. Just documenting the celestial alignment for tonight. Mother says it's particularly auspicious for complex enchantment work. For the artifacts, you mean? Yes. The great work that has everyone so busy I hardly see them. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice that caught Harry's attention. You're not involved in creating the diadem? Helena's hands tightened on her quill. Mother says I'm not ready for such advanced enchantment. That my skills need refinement before attempting work of that caliber. Harry winced sympathetically. Though brilliant in her own right, Helena constantly lived in Rowena's shadow, a difficult position that often left her feeling inadequate despite her considerable talents. "She's incredibly exacting," Harry offered. "Even I can barely keep up with her enchantment sequences, and I've had special training." "It's not just about skill," Helena said quietly. "She doesn't trust me with the knowledge in the diadem. Thinks I'm too impulsive." Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Helena's relationship with her mother was complicated, love mixed with competition, admiration tangled with resentment. And Rowena, for all her wisdom, sometimes failed to see how her perfectionism affected her daughter. "Would you like to see what I've been learning?" Harry offered, changing the subject. "Some of the enchantment principles might interest you." Helena's expression brightened. "Would you? Mother never explains her work to me that way." For the next hour, Harry shared what he could about the artifact's creation, nothing that violated the founder's confidence, but enough theory to engage Helena's sharp mind. She proved a quick study, grasping concepts that had taken Harry much longer to understand. "You explain things better than Mother," Helena commented as they reviewed a particularly complex enchantment diagram Harry had drawn. "She forgets that not everyone intuitively sees the magical patterns she does." "I only understand them because I had to struggle through each step," Harry admitted. The founders sometimes forget that their magical intuition comes from decades of experience. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a house elf, one of the first generation to serve Hogwarts, who still wore simple clothing rather than the tea towels of Harry's original time. "Master Harry," the elf squeaked with a respectful bow, "the founders request your presence in the ritual chamber immediately. They say it is time." Harry glanced at Helena questioningly. "The lunar alignment," she explained, gesturing to her star chart. "It's reached the optimal position. They must be ready for the final enchantment sequence." With a quick goodbye to Helena, Harry hurried to the hidden chamber deep beneath Hogwarts where the most powerful ritual work was conducted. The circular room, carved directly into the bedrock, contained natural magical conduits that amplified ceremonial magic. All four founders were already present, standing around a central altar upon which lay their four artifacts, arranged in a perfect square. Godric's sword gleamed in the torchlight, the ruby now set in its pommel glowing with inner fire. Rowena's diadem sparkled with delicate silver brilliance, the central sapphire pulsing gently. Helga's cup radiated a warm golden light, and Salazar's locket emitted a subtle green aura that seemed to shift like rippling water. "Right on time," Godric approved as Harry entered. "We're ready to begin the binding ritual." "What exactly will happen?" Harry asked, eyeing the artifacts and the complex runic array inscribed on the floor around the altar. "We will bind the artifacts to Morrigan's temporal prison," Rowena explained, "creating permanent anchors that will maintain the containment regardless of your eventual return to the future. And in doing so," Salazar continued, "we'll imbue them with portions of our magical essences, ensuring they carry our power and knowledge forward through time." "Your blood will be the connecting element," Helga added gently. "Creating the temporal bridge that links these artifacts to both Morrigan's prison and to your future." Harry nodded, taking his place at the point of the ritual circle Rowena indicated. "What do I need to do?" "Stand within the inner circle," Godric instructed. "When the primary enchantment reaches its peak, we'll need 7 drops of your blood on each artifact, freely given, not taken. The number 7 is magically significant," Rowena explained. "And particularly powerful in temporal magic." Harry moved to the position indicated, watching as the founders took their places around the outer circle. Each stood behind their respective artifact, wands raised and expressions solemn. "We begin," Salazar intoned, switching to formal magical Latin that Harry had learned during his studies. The ritual started with a low, rhythmic chant, all 4 founders perfectly synchronized despite the complexity of the spellwork. The runic array began to glow, lines of magical energy tracing patterns across the floor and up toward the ceiling. Harry stood absolutely still, feeling the magic building around him. After 3 years of magical training, he could sense the different qualities in each founder's power: Godric's bold, direct force, Rowena's precise, intricate patterns, Helga's warm, nurturing flow, and Salazar's deep, subtle currents. As the chanting intensified, the artifacts began to levitate slightly above the altar, their individual auras expanding and intertwining. Streams of colored light, red, blue, yellow, and green, spiraled upward, forming a column of magical energy that reached the chamber's ceiling. "Now, Harry," Rowena called over the rising magical wind. "Your contribution." Harry removed a small silver knife Helga had prepared for this purpose. With steady hands, he made a small cut across his palm. The pain was minimal. Helga had insisted on enchanting the blade to cause as little discomfort as possible. Moving clockwise, Harry approached each artifact in turn, allowing exactly 7 drops of blood to fall upon each. The sword's ruby absorbed the blood instantly, flaring bright crimson. The diadem's sapphire pulsed with blue-white light as the drops touched it. The cup's gold seemed to ripple like liquid where the blood landed. The locket actually opened slightly, Harry's blood disappearing into its dimensional space before it snapped shut again. As the last drop fell, the founders raised their wands higher, their chanting reaching a crescendo. The column of light contracted suddenly, condensing into a brilliant white sphere that hovered above the 4 artifacts. Within it, Harry could see swirling images, fragments of past and future, including glimpses of Morrigan trapped in her temporal prison. Tempus sigillum perpetuum, the founders intoned together. The sphere exploded outward in a silent wave of magic that passed through everything in the chamber. Harry felt it wash over him, not painful but intensely present, like being immersed in pure magical energy. When the light faded, the artifacts settled gently back onto the altar. They looked outwardly unchanged, but Harry could sense the difference, a depth of magical presence that hadn't existed before, as though each now contained a piece of its creator's essence. "It is done," Rowena stated, lowering her wand. "The temporal anchors are established." Helga immediately came to Harry's side, taking his cut hand and healing it with a quick charm. "How do you feel, dear one?" "Different," Harry replied honestly. "Like there's a connection between me and the artifacts. I can feel them somehow." "That's to be expected," Salazar said, approaching the altar to examine his locket. "Your blood has created a permanent magical link. These artifacts are now attuned to you across time." "And Morrigan's prison?" Harry asked. "Is it secure now?" "More than secure," Godric confirmed with satisfaction. "The temporal binding is complete. Even after you return to your time, these artifacts will maintain the containment. Morrigan is permanently sealed away. Unless the artifacts themselves are destroyed," Rowena cautioned. "Which is why we've incorporated powerful protective enchantments into each. And why they must remain separated," Salazar added. "No single person should ever possess all 4, the combined power could potentially disrupt the temporal binding." Harry nodded, understanding the magnitude of what they'd accomplished. These weren't just historically significant treasures, they were active magical containments keeping a powerful dark witch imprisoned outside of normal time. "What happens to them now?" he asked, looking at the 4 gleaming artifacts. "Each will serve its created purpose," Godric replied. "My sword will hang in this castle, available to any true Gryffindor in times of great need. My diadem will remain in my possession during my lifetime," Rowena said. "After which it should be secured somewhere safe yet accessible to those worthy of its wisdom." Her gaze flickered momentarily toward the door, where Harry suspected Helena might be listening. "My cup will reside in the Hufflepuff common room," Helga decided. "Where it can bring comfort and healing to generations of students." Salazar was more circumspect. "My locket will be kept secure until the right heir emerges to claim it." His eyes met Harry's meaningfully. "Someone with the proper linguistic abilities." The implication was clear, Salazar intended his artifact specifically for a Parselmouth descendant, potentially Harry himself in the future. As the founders carefully collected their respective artifacts, Harry felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The ritual had taken more from him than just blood, His magical core felt temporarily depleted from the intense energy channeling. Rest now, Helga advised, noticing his exhaustion. Temporal magic takes a significant toll on the body and mind. Harry nodded gratefully, but as he turned to leave, Rowena stopped him with a gentle touch on his shoulder. "There's something you should know," she said quietly. "The ritual revealed more than just the successful binding. The temporal pressure for your return journey has accelerated." Harry's fatigue was instantly forgotten. "What does that mean?" "It means," Salazar answered, joining them, "that your time with us is shorter than we anticipated. The timeline is asserting itself more strongly now that Morrigan's prison is permanently secured." "How much shorter?" Harry asked, dreading the answer. "Weeks rather than months," Rowena replied solemnly. "Perhaps a month at most before temporal resonance reaches critical levels." The news hit Harry like a physical blow. Despite knowing for 3 years that his stay was temporary, he'd grown deeply attached to Hogwarts and the Founders. The thought of leaving so soon, of returning to the Dursleys' neglect after years of belonging and purpose, was devastating. Godric, noticing Harry's distress, approached with uncharacteristic gentleness. "We'll make every remaining day count, lad. There's still much to teach you before you go." "And much to prepare," Helga added warmly. "We've been planning for your return since you arrived, Harry. You won't go back empty-handed." Salazar nodded in rare agreement with the others. "Arrangements have been made. Knowledge secured. Resources positioned for your future access." Their united support helped ease the sharp pain of imminent departure, though it couldn't eliminate it entirely. Harry managed a small, grateful smile. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." As he made his way back to his quarters, exhausted from the ritual and emotional from the news, Harry found himself walking the familiar corridors of Hogwarts with new awareness. Soon, these same halls would exist for him only as history, aged by a millennium, filled with different people, yet fundamentally the same castle. In his room, he found an unexpected visitor waiting, Helena, perched anxiously on the window seat. "Well?" she demanded as soon as he entered. "Did it work? Are the artifacts completed?" Harry nodded, too tired to question how she knew about the ritual. "All finished. They're amazing. Each exactly reflects its creator." Helena's expression was complex, pride and curiosity mixed with something darker Harry couldn't quite identify. "Mother wouldn't let me observe," she said, a familiar bitterness creeping into her voice. "Said the ritual was too dangerous for uninvolved participants." "It was intense," Harry confirmed, sinking onto his bed. "And apparently it's accelerated my return timeline. I'll be leaving within a month." This news seemed to startle Helena out of her resentment. "A month? So soon?" She moved to sit beside him. "I thought you had much longer." "So did I." Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "Everything's happening faster now that the temporal anchors are set." Helena was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Will you remember us? When you return to your time?" "Of course," Harry assured her. "Rowena says all my memories will remain intact, even if my physical body reverts to its proper age." "Then you must remember to find Mother's diadem," Helena said with surprising intensity. "It contains knowledge that should not be lost." Something in her tone caught Harry's attention. "You're worried about the diadem?" "Why?" Helena hesitated, then shook her head. "Just, promise you'll seek it out in your time. That you'll ensure its wisdom isn't forgotten." Before Harry could press further, she stood abruptly. "I should go. Mother will be looking for me." With a quick, almost guilty smile, she slipped out of his room, leaving Harry puzzled by her behavior. Too exhausted to dwell on it, he soon fell into deep sleep, only to find himself once again dreaming of Morrigan. But this dream was different from previous ones. Instead of the Dark Witch's menacing presence, he saw her imprisoned in swirling temporal energy, her once powerful figure diminished and contained. "Blood of my blood," her voice echoed, more distant than before. "You've bound me well, little heir. But circles always complete themselves. We will meet again, when time completes its turn." Harry woke with a start, the dream fading but its ominous message lingering. Despite the Founder's assurances that Morrigan was permanently contained, he couldn't shake the feeling that something remained unresolved, a loose thread in the temporal tapestry they'd woven. The weeks that followed took on a bittersweet quality as Harry's remaining time with the Founders dwindled. Knowing his departure was imminent, the four adjusted their teaching to focus on knowledge and skills he would need most in the future. Godric intensified combat training, emphasizing spells and techniques that could be performed by a physically younger wizard. "Your magical core will retain much of its development," he explained during one such session, "but your 7-year-old body will have physical limitations. We must adapt accordingly." Rowena concentrated on memory enhancement techniques. "The transition may temporarily disorient your recall," she warned. "These exercises will help you retain critical information and recover specific memories when needed." Helga's lessons focused on healing and self-sustainability. "The people you return to did not care for you properly," she said with uncharacteristic sharpness. "You must know how to maintain your health and well-being without depending on them." Salazar's training became increasingly specialized, with more emphasis on Parseltongue magic and mind arts. "Your mental shields must be impeccable," he insisted. "Both to protect your knowledge of the future and to defend against those who might seek to exploit your abilities." Beyond these practical preparations, each Founder spent private time with Harry, sharing personal wisdom and memories they wanted him to carry forward. Godric took him hunting in the Forbidden Forest, teaching him to track magical creatures and survive in the wilderness. During a rest beside a stream, the Founder grew uncharacteristically reflective. "Courage isn't always charging into battle," he told Harry, sharpening his famous sword with practice strokes. "Sometimes it's enduring difficulty with patience. Returning to those Dursleys will test your courage in ways no monster could." "I'm not sure I can be patient with them," Harry admitted. "Not after knowing what real family feels like with all of you." Godric's usually boisterous expression softened. "Family transcends time, lad. What we've built between us doesn't end when you return to your century." He gestured toward the sword. "This blade will recognize you, should you ever need it. A piece of my magic, responding to a piece of your blood." Rowena shared evening stargazing sessions, teaching Harry constellations that would remain unchanged across the millennium. "The stars will be your constant," she said as they tracked the movement of planets across the night sky. "When you look up in your time and see Orion or Cassiopeia, remember they are exactly as we see them now. Time touches even mountains, but barely grazes the stars." During one such session, Harry finally asked the question that had been bothering him. "What happens to Helena?" "In my time, she's known as the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's house ghost." Rowena's hand, adjusting the astronomical instrument, faltered slightly. "I suspected as much," she said quietly. "Her attachment to Hogwarts is already profound. That it would transcend death, is both troubling and somehow fitting." "I shouldn't have told you," Harry said, regretting his revelation. "No," Rowena contradicted firmly. "Knowledge, even painful, is always valuable." "Perhaps." She paused, calculating something internally. "Perhaps this foreknowledge will help me better understand her struggles now." Helga took Harry on excursions to magical communities surrounding Hogwarts, introducing him to healing practitioners and herbalists who maintained traditions that would be largely forgotten in his time. "Magic isn't just wands and incantations," she reminded him as they collected rare herbs with a village healer. "It's connection, to the earth, to other beings, to the flow of life itself. Modern wizards often forget this, becoming too dependent on formalized spells." During a visit to a centaur healing grounds, a collaboration that Harry knew would no longer exist in his time, Helga broached a subject she'd clearly been contemplating. "Your scar," she said, gently touching the lightning mark on his forehead. "I wish we had been able to fully understand it. The foreign magic within it concerns me." You think it's dangerous? Harry asked. The scar occasionally still prickled, though less frequently since Morrigan's containment. Not immediately, Helga replied carefully. But it contains magic that doesn't belong to you, magic with a purpose we cannot decipher. In your time, seek healing knowledge beyond what Hogwarts teaches. There are older traditions that might help you understand what it truly is. Salazar's private sessions took place in the Chamber of Secrets, a space far different from the gothic horror Harry vaguely remembered from overheard stories in his original timeline. The current chamber was a sophisticated magical laboratory and knowledge repository, with multiple rooms branching off from the main hall. History will malign me, Salazar said bluntly during one such meeting. I've accepted this inevitability. But you, who have known me truly, can understand the nuance that will be lost. Why not prevent the misunderstanding? Harry asked. Change how you're remembered. Salazar gave a rare, wry smile. Temporal responsibility, as Rowena would say. Some patterns must be maintained, even unflattering ones. Besides, he added more seriously, the schism between myself and the others serves a purpose in the larger magical narrative. It establishes necessary tensions and balances. He led Harry to a previously unseen alcove in the chamber's farthest room. I've prepared something for you to find in your time. A record of truth, hidden where only a Parselmouth could discover it. The alcove contained a lifelike stone bust of Salazar himself, with emerald eyes that seemed to follow their movements. Speak to it in the serpent tongue when you return, Salazar instructed. It will reveal knowledge I cannot entrust to normal historical methods. As the final week of Harry's time in the past arrived, preparations for his departure became the Founder's primary focus. Temporal pressure had built visibly around him, occasionally manifesting as brief flickers of displacement where Harry would momentarily see overlapping images of the past and future. The timeline reasserts itself, Rowena explained after one such episode left Harry disoriented. Your magical core is achieving final resonance with its future state. The Founders created a specialized ritual chamber for Harry's departure, similar to the one used for the artifact's enchantment but modified for temporal magic. Rowena spent hours calibrating the runic arrays that would guide his return journey, ensuring he would arrive at precisely the right moment. Any deviation could create dangerous paradoxes, she warned as she made microscopic adjustments to a complicated silver instrument. Especially given your knowledge of future events. 2 days before the calculated departure date, an unexpected visitor arrived at Hogwarts, Merlin himself, now visibly older than when Harry had last seen him 3 years earlier. I sensed the temporal alignments shifting, the great wizard explained as he joined the Founders in their private chamber. The time traveler prepares to complete his journey. Harry had always been somewhat awed by Merlin, whose magical presence seemed to fill any room he occupied. Now, with his own magical sensitivity heightened by years of training, he could actually see the complex aura of temporal energy that surrounded the legendary mage. You exist partially outside normal time, Harry blurted, then blushed at his lack of decorum. Rather than taking offense, Merlin laughed, a deep, genuine sound. Perceptive lad. Indeed, my relationship with time is unconventional. Which is why I'm here to assist with your transition. We've prepared the ritual thoroughly, Rowena assured him, slightly defensive about another magical expert examining her work. No doubt, Merlin agreed diplomatically. But temporal magic benefits from multiple perspectives. The boy's journey home is too important to leave any aspect unexamined. For the next day, Merlin worked alongside the Founders, adding his considerable expertise to the departure ritual. His contributions focused particularly on Harry's biological transition, ensuring that returning to his 7-year-old body wouldn't cause magical or psychological shock. Your mind has aged 3 years here, Merlin explained as he helped Harry prepare mentally for the journey. Returning to a younger physical form could create cognitive dissonance. These meditative techniques will help you integrate the experience smoothly. On Harry's final evening in the past, a special feast was held in the Great Hall. All current Hogwarts students and staff attended, though most knew only that Harry was leaving for further specialized training, the cover story the founders had established to explain his departure without revealing the truth about time travel. The meal was Harry's favorite foods from the medieval era, dishes that wouldn't exist in his original time. The atmosphere was festive yet tinged with melancholy, especially among those who had grown closest to him during his 3 years at Hogwarts. After the feast, the founders escorted Harry to a quiet courtyard where they could speak privately before the final preparations began. "We have one last gift for you," Godric announced, producing a small wooden box inlaid with the Hogwarts crest. Harry accepted it carefully, feeling the subtle magic contained within. Opening the lid, he found a miniature model of Hogwarts Castle, perfect in every detail right down to the tiny windows and moving staircases. "It's beautiful," he said, watching in fascination as minuscule figures moved through the model's grounds. "More than a model," Rowena explained. "It's a magical record of Hogwarts as it exists now, in our time. Enchanted to activate on your 11th birthday in the future." "When the model activates," Salazar continued, "it will establish a connection to the castle's magical core, a core we've specifically modified to recognize you across time. Hogwarts itself will know you when you return as a student," Helga added warmly. "The castle will recognize you as one who has already walked its halls, even if those events lie in its past." Harry stared at the model, understanding the magical complexity such an enchantment represented. "So Hogwarts will remember me? Even after 1,000 years?" "Magic remembers," Godric confirmed. "Especially magic as ancient and sentient as the castles. This model serves as both a focus for that recognition and a tool for you to access certain features we've built specifically for your future use." "Features like what?" Harry asked. The founders exchanged meaningful glances before Salazar answered. "Secret passages that respond only to your magical signature. Hidden rooms containing resources you might need. Protections that will activate in your presence if you face danger within the castle walls. We couldn't change the broad strokes of history," Rowena explained, "but we could embed subtle advantages for you to discover in your time." Harry carefully placed the model back in its box, too overwhelmed to fully express his gratitude. "I don't know what to say. This is beyond anything I could have imagined." "You needn't say anything," Helga assured him, pulling him into a warm embrace. "Just live well, dear one. That's all we ask." One by one, the founders embraced him, even Salazar, who normally avoided physical displays of affection. As they separated, Godric cleared his throat gruffly, clearly fighting emotion. "Dawn comes early," he said with forced practicality. "The ritual is best performed at first light. You should rest while you can." Harry nodded, knowing he would likely sleep little on this final night. As he turned to go, Helena appeared at the courtyard entrance, her expression troubled. "I'd like a moment with Harry," she requested formally. "To say my own farewell." The founders withdrew discreetly, leaving Harry and Helena alone in the moonlit courtyard. "I can't believe you're actually leaving," she said, sitting beside him on a stone bench. "It seems only yesterday you appeared out of nowhere and turned Hogwarts upside down." Harry smiled slightly. "I think the founders did a pretty good job turning my life upside down too." Helena was quiet for a moment, then spoke with uncharacteristic hesitation. "In your time, as the Grey Lady, am I happy?" The question caught Harry off guard. In truth, he knew almost nothing about the Grey Lady of his time beyond her house affiliation. His brief glimpses of the ghost had shown a reserved, somewhat melancholy figure. "I don't really know you well in my time," he admitted carefully. "But you seem peaceful. You help Ravenclaw students." Helena nodded slowly, appearing to find some comfort in this limited information. "That's something, at least." She took a deep breath. "I need you to promise me something, Harry. If you ever meet me, my ghost, in your time, don't tell her, me, about this conversation. Let the past remain past." "I promise," Harry agreed, curious but respectful of her request. Is there anything else you want me to know before I go? For a moment, conflict played across Helena's features, as though she were wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, she shook her head. Just remember that things aren't always as history records them. People's motives are more complex than stories suggest. With those cryptic words and a quick kiss on his cheek, she departed, leaving Harry to wonder what future events she might be obliquely referencing. Sleep, as Harry had predicted, proved elusive that night. He spent hours looking out his window at the Hogwarts grounds, committing every detail to memory, the way moonlight reflected on the lake, the swaying branches of trees at the forest edge, the gentle movement of magical creatures across the grounds. Before dawn, a soft knock at his door preceded Helga's entrance. She carried a small vial of purple potion. To help with the transition, she explained, handing it to him. It will ease any physical discomfort during the temporal shift. Harry accepted it gratefully. Is it time? Nearly. The others are completing the final preparations. She sat beside him on the bed. Are you afraid? Not of the journey itself, Harry admitted. But of what comes after. Going back to the Dursleys after all this. He gestured around him. It feels like moving from color back to black and white. Helga took his hand, her touch warm and comforting as always. The color goes with you, Harry. In your magic, your knowledge, your memories. They cannot take that from you, no matter how they try. Together, they made their way to the specially prepared ritual chamber deep beneath the castle. The circular room hummed with magical energy, elaborate runic arrays covering the floor, walls, and ceiling in patterns that seemed to shift and flow when viewed directly. In the center stood a raised dais surrounded by 4 pillars, each bearing the symbol of one founder. Between them, Merlin and the other 3 founders were making final adjustments to the ritual components. Ah, right on time, Godric approved as they entered. The temporal alignment peaks in exactly 17 minutes. Everything is prepared, Rowena assured Harry, guiding him toward the dais. The transition should be smooth, with minimal discomfort. You will return to the exact moment you left, Salazar explained, retaining all memories and magical knowledge, though your physical form will revert to its 7-year-old state. Your magical core will remain partially developed, Merlin added, though limited by your younger body's capacity. As you grow physically, your full magical potential will re-emerge more rapidly than normal development would allow. Harry nodded, having heard these explanations before but appreciating the reassurance. He drank Helga's potion, feeling a warming sensation spread through his body. What about my bag? He asked, indicating the small pack containing his few possessions. Physical objects generally cannot transition through time, Rowena reminded him gently. With few exceptions. The castle model will appear to you when needed, Godric assured him. And certain other items have been arranged for you to find in your proper time. Harry took a deep breath and stepped onto the dais. The founders positioned themselves at the 4 pillars, while Merlin stood before him, his ancient eyes kind but serious. Time is not a river flowing in one direction, Merlin said as the ritual preparations reached their conclusion. It is an ocean of possibilities, with currents and countercurrents. Your journey was not accident but necessity, a loop in time's fabric that completes itself today. A soft glow began to emanate from the runic floor as the alignment approached. The founders raised their wands, and streams of colored magic, red, blue, yellow, and green, flowed toward Harry, surrounding him in a swirling cocoon of light. Remember everything we've taught you, Godric called over the rising magical wind. Trust your instincts and your training. Knowledge will be your greatest weapon and shield, Rowena added, her voice steady despite the emotion in her eyes. Seek it always. Nurture your heart alongside your magic, Helga urged, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Compassion is strength, not weakness. Blood endures, Salazar's voice came last. As does true magic. The air returns to complete the circle. Merlin raised his staff, and the chamber filled with blinding white light. Harry felt the now familiar sensation of temporal displacement, the pulling behind his navel, the swirl of colors and sounds as reality itself seemed to bend around him. Unlike his accidental journey to the past, this transition felt controlled and directed. Images flashed before him, Hogwarts throughout different eras, snippets of students and teachers across the centuries, the castle growing and changing while remaining fundamentally the same. For one striking moment, he thought he glimpsed his parents, a red-haired woman and a man with glasses remarkably similar to his own, walking the Hogwarts grounds as students. The image was gone before he could focus on it, swept away in the temporal current. As suddenly as it began, the journey ended. Harry found himself sprawled on the dusty attic floor of 4, Privet Drive, the time-turner clutched in his hand and his uncle's angry face looming above him, frozen mid-shout. Time resumed its normal flow, and Vernon's interrupted sentence continued, "Teach you to respect other people's property." Harry blinked, taking in the surreal experience of returning to the exact moment he'd left, 3 years ago subjectively but mere seconds objectively. His body felt smaller, weaker than he'd grown accustomed to, once again the undernourished 7-year-old the Dursleys had neglected. But his mind remained unchanged. 3 years of magical education, combat training, and emotional growth remained intact. He could feel his magic pulsing within his core, more developed than any normal 7-year-old's but somewhat constrained by his physical limitations, exactly as Merlin had predicted. Vernon reached for him, but Harry rolled away with practiced ease, a defensive move Godric had drilled into him countless times. He pocketed the now inert time-turner in one fluid motion. "Sorry, Uncle Vernon," he said calmly, rising to his feet. "I was just cleaning like you asked." Vernon faltered, clearly surprised by Harry's changed demeanor and unusual grace. The frightened, cowering boy he expected was gone, replaced by a child who stood straight and met his gaze without flinching. "Well, see that you finish it properly," Vernon blustered, thrown off his usual script. "And don't touch anything else." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied evenly, suppressing a smile at the confusion in his uncle's eyes. As Vernon descended the attic ladder, Harry took a moment to center himself, using the meditation technique Salazar had taught him. The temporal transition had been physically jarring despite the preparations, and he needed to fully orient himself back in his original timeline. Looking around the dusty attic with new eyes, Harry began to notice details he'd missed before, subtle magical signatures from objects the Dursleys had unknowingly stored away, likely relics from his mother's side of the family. In time, he would explore them properly. For now, he had a future to plan. 4 years stretched before him until his Hogwarts letter would arrive, 4 years to prepare, to develop his abilities within the constraints of his situation, and to position himself for the challenges that awaited him. The Dursleys' house was still his prison, but unlike before, he now possessed the keys to his eventual escape. And somewhere in the distant future, a castle waited, enchanted to remember him across a millennium. "Thank you," he whispered to the empty attic, his words meant for 4 remarkable teachers now dust for centuries. "I won't forget." As if in response, a warm breeze ruffled his hair, impossible in the closed attic space. Harry smiled, recognizing the magical signature of his 4 mentors, echoing across time itself. The time-turned heir had returned, changed, empowered, and prepared for whatever awaited him in this modern world. Hogwarts would be there when he turned 11, but this time, he would arrive ready to claim his true legacy. In the pocket dimension of collapsed time where Morrigan remained imprisoned, the dark which sensed the completion of the temporal loop. Though powerless to escape her prison, she smiled. "The circle closes," she whispered to the swirling void. "And in closing, begins anew." The wheel of time continued to turn, the past flowing into the future, and somewhere between them, a boy who had lived 2 lives prepared to face his destiny. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.